wanting to change to a Sunday, publicly blaming market goers of theft and the decline in his business. And now he's slipped in at the 11th hour the interim option C, this reducing the market dramatically, which will then make the market unviable. We have been to facilitate meetings by the request of Mr. Forlong and the Mayoress to find a compromise to move forward. We put 2 or 3 ideas forward and left the second meeting with the understanding of a compromise between the parties. But when Mr. Forlong was approached to sign off in writing by City Council staff, he reneged, blatantly denying any such agreement, even though it had been documented. We are proud of our market and our community is behind us 100%. It's getting here in excess of 10,000 signatures to keep the market running. We support our local community groups, including schools, lion clubs, SPCA, to name a few, and by allowing them to fundraise at no charge. The Henry Bennett Centre referenced the markets with the importance of reintegrating patients to crowds and the public. Families come to spend time together in a safe environment and have done so for years. The list goes on. So for the interim period, we need your vote to vote A and keep the Frankton markets continuing to be the iconic family Saturday market it has been for the last 24 years. Please vote A.
Thank you very much. Any questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Westphal.
Good morning, Edwina. Thank you for coming. I just want to, you talked about the closure of the High Street car park. Now, is that the one opposite the hotel there, the big long one?
Yes.
Is that never open anymore? I thought that was
No.
a free car park.
It was a free car park. It is owned by Forlongs, and it was always used as a free car park. And then it was closed, and he apparently leased it to some people, and the car park closed, and it was going to be a charge of $20 a day for staff or public to park in there. And it's still closed this day.
Okay, so
apart
there's
from
no
us
public
yesterday.
parking. There's no public parking there. It used to be free public parking.
That's correct.
What's the car park used for now?
Absolutely nothing. There is on a Saturday, there are people that run it. Matthews, they run it every Saturday. They open up the lot and allow people to go in and park at 4 o'clock.
So is that, is that breakaway group called the
Yes. Yes.
Association?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions, councillors? Is Councillor Hennebreen?
So what you're saying to me, the land they can't park on is privately owned by Forlong Group.
That's correct.
So therefore, you think we should be able to get a commercial return on that?
Or
Well, they bought the land, they own the land.
yes, but the thing being is it was an open car park to the public, put there by Forlongs, and that's purposely why they bought that land, was to do that, and they had it running until such time as they decided, well, that basically we wouldn't change the market.
Would you purchase some land for other people to use?
Myself, probably I would, especially if it was going to help out our community and everything. And it's not only a Saturday, but it's during the week as well. It's a huge impact on everybody. And Terry's main complaint is about parking. How can you complain about car parking if you're closed on a massive facility for car parking? How do you
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry,
could I ask
Councillor
a question?
Hennebreen, is that the end of your questions?
No, Your Worship,
Oh, just-
what I understand is it's there to be, people can still use it.
No,
I thought
it
you
is
said-
locked.
You said it was open by 2 brothers or something.
It's locked during the week. It's open on a Saturday
So the market day is open.
for particular people, yes. It is
But
not.
anybody can park on it on Saturday. Free parking.
No, the people that are running it are very particular as in who they allow in there.
Okay, so that's your questions answered. Right, Councillor O'Leary.
So can you just explain further the impact that the markets have had and businesses have not been able to use that car park?
Okay, well, for the market, I mean, that's a huge amount of car parks that have gone, and now the people are sifting off and having to find car parks around the street and so forth. A lot of them, we did have a huge decline because people couldn't find a park, wouldn't park anywhere. Hence, that ran off onto the market and also us as businesses. And of course, during the week, it gets quite congested in Commerce Street, and trying to find a park is very hard, and quite a lot of customers would go into that car park and use it. So.
And the council Kent Street car park, is that busy on a Saturday when the market's operating?
Yes and no. It's not a lot of public really realise that it's there. I think it's one of probably the most underutilised car parks in Hamilton.
Okay. Right, thank you very much.
Can I ask
Yes.
one more question?
Yes.
Edwina, just from your experience, can you please tell me during the week, so just on a normal day, how the traffic moves down Commerce Street? It's a one-way street. I think it might be a 50k speed area. What can you kind of estimate to me how slowly or fast the cars go down Commerce Street, please?
Yeah, it's probably
Snail's
20 k's sort of
So
thing. Yeah,
it's
they're
safe.
not. They certainly can't rip up and down it. No.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Catherine Lucatina. Good morning, Catherine.
Morning, Your Worship.
Welcome. 3 minutes, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors and staff. My name is Catherine Lucatina. I'm a founding member of Sink or Swim, an organisation established to lobby for continued provision of public access to the Hamilton Municipal Parks. I'm accompanied today by 30 or so supporters from businesses, schools and swimming clubs, and I acknowledge that we have key staff from Stainless Design and an apology from the CEO of Stainless Design. As I was only advised at 3:10 last afternoon of the invitation to speak, there's been little time to muster a good crowd, but I think 30 people under the circumstances shows the level of public support. I am authorised to speak for the approximately 120 individuals who attended a public meeting last week organised by Sink or Swim, and collectively we represent a community of approximately 5,000 users of the baths, including schools, swimming clubs and businesses. I'd like to acknowledge those councillors who also attended the meeting, Councillors Chesterman, Forsyth and McPherson, and those who sent their apologies. Thank you very much for your interest and your time. The municipal baths are 100 years old and have the distinction of being the first public pool complex in the country. Many families have a 5-generation link with the pools. They have a heritage status in Council's district plan. They're a city jewel, well loved by many ratepayers, and they're a vital asset for city amenity. They're the only public heated outdoor pool in the city. They're situated in the CBD, the heart of the city, in close proximity to many schools, businesses and high density housing. They need to be protected, looked after and made available. They're heavily used when the Hamilton Amateur Swim Club was running them. There'd be 3 time slots of about 5 or 6 people in each of 6 lanes in the main pool during lane swimming between 5:30 and 9 a.m. Similar number after school, with also dozens of children learning to swim in the smaller pools. During the day, there would be several hundred school children attending swimming sports or attending the water safety curriculum. In short, every day there was about 500 people benefiting from the pools in terms of fitness, athletic training, water safety and recreation. Significant demand for the pools continues despite intermittent closures, changes in hours and the almost total lack of advertising by Hamilton City Council. The January numbers of nearly 2,000 are likely to be well overtopped by February. Pools are solidly booked by schools almost every day. The 50-metre pool at Te Rapa is fully booked, and many people are turning to the munis to swim. To the large population of club swimmers in the city fighting for lane space, it seems like utter madness to further reduce available facilities. I have here, this is the bookings for Te Rapa for the winter. Any colour there represents basically that the Te Rapa pools are fully booked over winter.
So Catherine, your 3 minutes is up, so do you want to just make your final comments, please?
Yes, the decision to close the pools on March 31 was made at the operational level, not a council level, and was made without public consultation. We request that the pools remain open until the end of the financial year to allow for funding to be determined through the 10-year plan process. This will allow users and the public time to have a democratic input into the decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Gow. Councillor Gow.
Thank you. If the council decided to keep the pools open until the end of the financial year, just from your feeling, do you think there's any likelihood of funding coming from the community or business groups to actually support the amount of upgrade that's required to the pools?
The Capital Works is an interesting question. We believe that the ratepayers of Hamilton have already paid over the years through the depreciation offset for the maintenance of the pools, and that money has not been spent on the pools. We've already paid, and now it's time for that maintenance to be done.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hennebree.
Yes, Catherine, thank you for your points. I have a question to staff because...
Councillor Hennebree, this is an opportunity in the public forum to ask the presenters.
Okay,
You save your question for staff when we discuss the matter.
Debate.
Okay. So is there any question for Catherine?
I guess I've got to say that Catherine's made a very good point.
So is there a question?
No, I'll save it
thank
because
you.
I think my question is in a question she asked us.
Right, okay, thank you. Councillor Mahod, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. I was interested in the usage that, was there when the swimming club was running it, accepting that there is a huge cost for renewal of everything there. I want to ask, how much have your supporters for the petition felt that they wish to take back the management of the entire thing, looking after it, because you said it was good there, lots of people used it, and then it came back to us. Can you expand?
The Swim Waikato and Sports Waikato have undertaken to produce a business plan so that all options of sponsorship or whatever can be looked at.
And that's for the operation and maintenance rather than for the capital or what? Just, or don't you know? You probably don't know.
No, they probably don't know either yet.
At this stage, what we would really like to see is that the management facilities team take on the municipal pools. They've already got the ability to staff the pools, they've already got the significant skills. From what I have seen of sports clubs, they're not facilities management, and they shouldn't be facilities management. So it would be really awesome if the council put municipal pools under the umbrella of the community.
That's why I'm asking you a question. That's what I need to know.
Right,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mahod. Now I've got Councillor Gallagher.
Just this network of school, I mean, obviously the user groups, can you just give us an idea or even just forward to us? You may have already done, and I apologise if I haven't read the right email, but around, you mentioned about the school group, what schools?
We can ask Jason's team if they can forward that to
Yes, it would be quite good just to get an idea of those particular community, or including the schools.
Yeah.
Yes, at the moment the schools are, several schools a day are looking out.
And quite diverse. It ranges from St Andrews up to
Be good just to get an indication of which schools are supporting your, this particular move.
Okay,
That'd be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boss.
Yes, thanks for coming. Do you charge for the schools to use the pool and your members? Do you make a charge for them to use the pool, your organisation?
We're just a lobby group, we don't have any charges whatsoever. I believe that Water will have a charge to the pool.
Hamilton City, Jason Rogers would be able to answer that question. They're the ones running the
Okay, so you make no charges at all to help with the schools that come in or whatever, they come in for free?
We're just a lobby, we're just a bunch of individuals that are passionate about the pool.
Okay.
Councillor Forsyth, did you have a question?
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. As you said, I was at the meeting the other week. I just wanted to know, there were one or two members that did express a willingness to contribute financially and or in kind to savings to the pool, actually. Is there still that kind of willingness within the group, or that kind of support?
At discussion last evening, that funding was very generously there, and will be there if needed to be called upon. But push is to ensure that the council looks into the pool and doesn't think so I think you really need to talk to John directly.
Okay.
But as a group, there's
We haven't pushed that way at this stage. We're
Right.
just working as a lobby group.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you. Thanks for coming along, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it to the meeting a week or so ago. I'm fascinated by your suggestion that the capital works that would be required have already been funded somehow in the form of depreciation. Could you expand on that in terms of quantifying for me where you feel the ratepayers have made that payment?
Sure. As I understand it, every city asset has a particular value, and every year that value is depreciated by a certain amount. Now, that certain amount of depreciation is offset by rates collection to ensure that capital works are funded. So what I'm saying is we have paid through our rates the offset, the depreciation offset for capital works on the municipal pools,
Right.
but that money has been directed elsewhere. It is now time for that money to go back into the pool.
Are you aware, in fact, that's not the case, in the sense that it's only been in the last 2 years that there's been a legislative change that has required us to cash fund depreciation? So up until that period, that was not occurring at all. And in fact, if we were to do the capital works, there's two parts of my question. If we were to do the capital works, it would come from new income, and as such, what part of our budget would you like us to cut to enable us to fund the $1.4 million capital work?
Could you select the children you'd like to see drown?
Sorry?
Could you select the children that you would like to see drown?
I'm glad you raised that point.
So Councillor Wilson's asked a question. Could you just respond to the question, or if you can't answer it, that's okay, but could you just answer his question? He's just asking you, were you aware of how the funding worked for depreciation, and secondly, where would you see council identifying a budget that they could find?
Whether or not it has only become a legal requirement in the last few years, I would suggest that no, it should have been occurring for a long time as standard accounting practice. And in terms of where that money should come from, that's a job for council to sit down and work out where the cuts are to be made. But I would suggest that the swimmers of the city have been poorly serviced, and there's a lot of money that's been gone into other capital works such as Seddon Park, the Broadlands, the rugby stadium, and now it's time for swimming to have a little bit of money.
Just one further question. What responsibility, you mentioned a lot about schools, and historically schools, when funded by central government from our income tax, a requirement was also the provision of a swimming pool to teach swimming and safety. That has been historically the mechanism used. Do you not feel that the burden of funding school swimming pools should rest with central government and your income tax rather than the individual ratepayers of Hamilton?
Unfortunately, it's not efficient use of school funds to keep a swimming pool open. Running a swimming pool is not a core school role. As standards ramp up over the years, they would probably need to have 2 people in attendance and upgrade their filtration systems and so on and so forth to meet new standards. It's beyond the means of most schools. I agree that if there was enough taxpayer money to fund it, that would be the ideal solution. But we need an efficient and economic solution to keep children swimming, learning to swim, to offset the abysmal drowning rate in New Zealand.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary, question?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Catherine, and I did give you my apologies, I couldn't make it to that meeting. If we added to the partner pools program across the city and added the north sector pool, that new pool out the north, would that help mitigate your concerns, or is it an attachment to this particular pool because of its location, its heritage, etc.?
The planned North Pool, which I understand has been deferred for another 10 years or so, that is to support new growth. It is not there to replace the municipal pools. The council is planning for growth, population growth in the central city, and so to have a vibrant city with facilities, we need to maintain the municipal pool.
Thanks. Yeah.
So you are saying that it is located in a facility down the centre town, basically?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the current population requires it. So new population growth is just going to make it even more.
Okay. Councillor Chesterman.
Thank
Final
you.
question?
So I presume your use of the public forum is to reinforce your request that the pool remain open from March 31 through to June year to enable council to discuss your position in the long-term plan. Have you had any indication what the process is from now? Because you will leave this meeting presumably without a clear indication of whether the pool will be open. So I'm not sure it's a question that the speakers can ask.
What is your question? What's the process
what is
from
the
here?
process from here?
Right, well, that's not a question that they can answer. As councillors are aware, opportunity was made for this group to come and present at the public forum if they wished, and that staff are preparing a report about the new information that arose out of the public meeting that will be coming to council prior to the cut-off date of 31 March in which to address the issue that's been raised. Okay, thank you very much for coming along.
Thank you very much.
Final speaker is Vera McDonald.
Anthony.
Catherine. That's it. Yeah, a Lachlan. We'll deal with that before morning tea. Right, thank you, Vera. You have 3 minutes, thank you.
My name is Vera McDonald, and I'd like to thank you first for allowing me this opportunity. I'm here in the interest of the continued future of the Frankton market, and I come as a relatively new resident of Hamilton. Since moving here 14 months ago, my family and I have frequented the market, and we've always been impressed by the diversity that the market attracts. Not only the trades and the entertainment that are on offer, but also the ethnic diversity and the diverse backgrounds and situations of the patrons that visit the market. Actually, if you think about some of the stores that are at the market or some of the food that's on sale at the market, it's so fatty that it certainly wouldn't qualify for the Heart Foundation tip of approval. But I think therein lies one of the beauties of the place. It's not pretentious in any way, and the people who attend are free of prejudice and or ridicule. People can come to the market and just be themselves, and while there, they're exposed to things that some would not normally have access to. I think positive absorption by osmosis is such an undervalued thing, but what I want to say is that the market gives so much to so many. You may wonder what I base this comment on, and fair enough too, but one of the points that I'd like to stress here today is that I think that up until now the future of the market has been based purely on an economic perspective, and that the social aspect has been poorly lacking. I am aware, and I have heard, that a petition has been collated and presented to the District Council, and not to belittle that in any way, but I'm wondering, have you actually looked at the stories of some of those people that have signed that petition, and to see what their interest is in the Frankton market? I think it's not until you get into these sorts of depths of understanding that you will realise exactly what people are getting out of the Frankton market. Past experiences have shown that it's not until things like the Frankton market have been taken away that you realise how important the market actually was to the community. So I'd like to ask, please don't you make the same mistake as well. I'd also like to add another point, hearing an earlier speaker around the car park issue, and I know that it does cause some concern for the organisers, but my observations have been that in spite of that, it still has a good turnout, and I'd like to stress that point that, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Vera. Here's a quick question, Councillor Gower.
Yes, quick question. Do you belong to the Business Association or any other
I have no interest whatsoever on the business aspect.
Okay.
I am a supporter because I enjoy going there.
Could I make one very small comment? Thank you very much for taking the time
Thank
to
you.
tell us your personal views. It's just appreciated.
Thank you.
Councillor Mahoney.
Thank you. Two questions really, if I may.
Sure.
Would you mind if it was a Saturday or a Sunday? You like it because it's a market?
It is not for me to say.
No, I just say...
But what I will say is that it has a great turnout. There is another market that's available on a Sunday, and these people don't go to that. It's the venue, it's the location, and the day that works, I think.
Thank you. And
Thank
second question, where do you park or don't you park? Or, I've heard that it costs... Sorry, I was just going to say, I've heard it costs to go into what used to be a free car park. Have you parked in there? And do you know what the cost is? I've got to ask.
I do not know what the cost is.
Fine.
I do not go there. I have a good understanding of the market because I do go there often, so I have my own parking space. Because parking is so limited, I'm not going to share with everybody here with that.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you, Tēnā koe. Thank you for coming along and sharing your observations and thoughts. As I understand it, option C, which is the recommendation by staff, is that the market is to be rearranged, the physical layout to be rearranged, not actually to be cut or
I
moved.
accept that. This is, in my view, playing around with nothing secure yet. It's only to look and see how it's going to operate. At the moment, yes, all of the street is blocked off, but that allows the kids to run freely and safely, and so I've always been of the firm belief, why fix something that's not broken?
I understand that, but clearly there is something that is a little bit broken because there's a party that's being affected in a major way, and that's what we've come to this point. But do you, is there sort of, I'm just trying to understand the unwillingness for the Frankton markets to accept anything but the status quo.
I come very much as a layman. I see what's happening at the moment as a ploy to try and bring the market to a close. This is step number one. The fact that there are some parking issues, and I'm sure there would be more to come. I don't apologise for the points that I've raised today. I stand to them, and will continue to stand to them.
Okay, thank you very much, Vera. Very good. Yeah. Did you have a question, Councillor? Vera, there's just one more question from Councillor
From your
Westphal.
experience, sorry, but thank you. From your experience, what do you consider, in knowing the area, is the best location for the market?
Again, I look at the people that it attracts there, and I can't answer that. I think that's something that needs to come from them. But
Okay.
I think because it's been so long that it's been there, that it's become quite familiar to a lot of people, and that didn't just happen overnight. And again, going back to my last point, when you take something away, it's not until it's gone. It's hard to duplicate these sorts of things.
Thank you.
It's already working.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vera. Very good. So that is the end of the public forum, councillors. We're now proposing to take item 7, which is the receiving of a petition from SAFE.
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favour? Any against? Carried.
So we should got Mandy Carter actually speaking to the item, which I'll give you the petition now.
Right, thank you. So, Mandy, thank you. So Mandy, you have up to 5 minutes to speak to the petition. Right, go.
Thanks very much for having me here today. So I'm Mandy Carter, I'm campaign manager at SAFE, and this is Theresa Moore, who's our local SAFE coordinator. So as an animal organisation with over 80 years experience in New Zealand, I believe that SAFE are well qualified to offer you an animal welfare perspective on the rodeo issue. We feel that it's important that Hamilton Council foster a compassionate and non-violent community environment free from animal cruelty, and that to allow the international rodeo to continue on next year damages Hamilton's reputation, and it's ideal to be viewed as a cosmopolitan and smart city. SAFE has had many complaints, including from Hamilton people, about the rodeo taking place at Claudelands. So a decision to ban rodeos would not only help animals, but also to adhere to the wishes of many of Hamilton's residents. So what's wrong with the international rodeo? The rodeo is basically a cruel, outdated spectator sport. Animals have no choice whether they can participate or not, they're forced to. Rodeo is condemned by animal protection organisations worldwide as bulls and horses are physically provoked into displaying wild behaviour in order to make the riders look brave and macho. SAFE and also the SPCA in New Zealand oppose the use of animals in the rodeo, believing it to be cruel and abusive. Rodeos, by their very nature, subject animals to deliberate fear, stress and torment purely in the name of entertainment. The aim is actually to maximise the stress they feel so that they'll perform. Animals don't realise that what is happening to them is just for fun or entertainment. They're genuinely terrified and stressed. Sometimes you might hear from people involved in the rodeo that rodeos are linked with agriculture and they're examples of good stockmanship. But actually they're the opposite of good livestock practice and handling, because on a farm, farmers would deal with animals in a manner that causes the least amount of stress, something that clearly doesn't happen at the rodeo. And rodeos actually began in the US. It's got nothing to do with agricultural practice in New Zealand and everything to do with profit. The reason the international rodeo is a particular cause of concern for us is because it also has the additional torments for the animals with the use of loud music, fireworks and pyrotechnics. So along with the usual goading and brutal treatment they have to endure, they also contend with the fear and anxiety caused by the loud noise and the bright lights. So a high-profile event like this will attract a lot of negative publicity that's going to reflect badly on Hamilton. As from SAFE's own observations, most animals exhibit stress and fear even before they've entered the arena. We've also observed animals in pens that have sustained injuries from rough handling and overcrowding during and after transportation. So as I said earlier, rodeo animals aren't wild animals. They wouldn't normally buck like you see them do in the arena. They're tormented into doing so through the use of a flank strap, which is a tight band that goes around their abdomen. it's really irritating and sometimes painful, and that's why they're bucking, because they see that as the way of trying to remove what is causing them annoyance. Sometimes rodeos will also use electric prods and spurs in order to goad the animals. Due to the cruelty involved, rodeos are banned in the UK, parts of Europe, many states in Australia, and many states in the US. And in New Zealand, Auckland councils banned rodeos from public land in 2008. So the risk of injury to animals is very high as well. So while the New Zealand Rodeo Association says that a vet is always on site, SAFERs routinely observe the animals remaining in pens with injuries without any vet care whatsoever. And the reality is, unless animals sustain pronounced injuries such as a leg dislocation or a fracture, they're largely ignored. SAFE investigators have also witnessed animals sustain critical injuries such as a broken neck or a back. And in one incident, our investigators saw an animal dragged out of the arena by a tractor by its hind leg, and then they were killed away from public viewing. You know, you can imagine that this type of injury and removal process would be really painful. So it's not just animal welfare organisations that disagree with rodeos. Many vets do as well. Peggy Larson, who is a former rodeo rider herself, and she's also a farmer and a vet, she says that based upon her extensive experience with large animals, I've come to the conclusion that rodeo events are inherently inhumane. It is impossible to create a humane rodeo.
Okay.
So we feel that Hamilton Council should join Auckland and lead the community into embracing positive events that enhance the community spirit, not go against it. You've already had to consider what other events you'll allow to take place at Claudelands, and you decided to disallow the erotica show based on moral grounds. So the rodeo is also an ethical issue, so we believe that you should not allow the rodeo to take place again based on the animal cruelty. As was mentioned earlier, seeing animal cruelty in rodeos really affects children too, because they're so impressionable. They're led by rodeos into believing that it's okay to terrorise and ill-treat animals, and it's seemingly with adult approval. We know that revenue is a concern.
5 minutes, Your Worship.
Yeah, so your 5 minutes is now up, so final comment, thanks.
Just the welfare of animals should always take precedence over a minor economic impact for Hamilton, and Auckland Council will have also had to weigh up these concerns, and they ultimately decided to ban the rodeo. And this is why we urge the Council to adopt a policy to prevent the international rodeo from taking place again, and we'd also be interested in being consulted when you come to review your ethical policy at Council.
Right, okay, thank you. Now, councillors are not proposing to take questions. We're receiving the petition and we're giving an opportunity for them to speak. This matter will, of course, come later, as you know, as part of a policy that we will be coming before the Strategy and Policy Committee, and that committee does also, as you know, have a public forum portion at the beginning of that. So I think that questions could come then.
I appreciate that, but I think it would be, if I could, through Your Worship, to staff, it would be very important that we outline to SAFE and other submitters that, the process, a hearings process.
Yes, I think staff have informed them of how the processes work. Councillor Gallagher, I think they're well aware of the options and opportunities they will have.
Yes, I'm just aware that because of the time constraints and on this very important issue, they could not complete their presentation. And as long as we have a process in this council where a presentation of this depth and research is people can complete their presentation through that hearings process, that's fine. Thank you.
I think they are well and truly aware of the process and the opportunities they have to speak. So thank you very much for coming along in that presentation, which was very articulate, and for your petition. Okay, thank you very much. Yes. Councillors, I was just checking on the time frame because some items on the agenda, as you're aware, we have guests coming. So what I'm proposing to do is that we have morning tea now until 11:15. At 11:15 we are we're taking the matter in relation to the Victoria on the River, because we have presenters who are coming at that time to do a presentation. So that will be a public excluded item after morning tea. Thank you.
Excuse me, Your Worship, we just need we need to consider that report. We need.
We've had it moved.
No, we've had the
moved and
petition moved
Oh,
and seconded.
sorry, I didn't
Yes,
see
we
the mover
did.
and seconder up.
Yes.
Sorry, I just had a question. Since
Yes.
we have members
Did we
of
have
Safe here and people that are interested in the Frankton markets, if we could have a time frame if they wanted to attend that debate,
Yes, yes.
so we can have an indicative time frame of both those items so that they can perhaps come back?
Of the people, yes. Well, I think my estimation is that we will need until lunchtime to deal with the Victoria on the River matter, depending, councillors, on how long, really it's in your hands how much time you want to discuss that matter. After that, we will then be dealing with the Frankton market matter.
We'll give it time and then we can adjust.
Well, that's the time I've given, that we've allowed until lunchtime for the Victoria on the River matter, but it's in your hands, councillors, how much information and questions we have on that. And then after that, we'll be taking the Frankton market one. I'd like to think that we could deal with those two items prior to lunch. That would be my hope. And then we just move through the rest of the agenda.
So you're thinking about 12, 11:30 consecutive time?
What if we finish it?
For the Frankton markets matter,
Yeah.
I was thinking more like 12 o'clock.
That sort of stuff.
Yes.
And then the safe item after that? Or before?
Well, the safe item is just receiving the petition, which we have done. No, we've received it's just receiving the petition, Councillor O'Leary.
But the item 7.
Item 7 is
Been just been
it's
dealt with.
receiving the petition, which we have done.
Recommendations from management, sorry, and then there's also a part, we haven't voted to receive it.
Yes, we have.
Yep.
You did?
Yes. Councillor
We did?
Mahood moved that item, yes.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
was I?
You was asleep.
You were looking at
Yes.
All right.
That was on the voices,
You're twittering.
right?
Actually, yes, it was.
You was probably
Okay.
twittering.
Mark Bunting, actually.
So Councillor O'Leary, that satisfies your question?
Sure, thank
Yes, right. Okay, so we're morning tea till 11:15, thank you.
You're way behind time.
Don't wear light clothes.
When did we do that?
Oh, I just did.
with a number of legal issues which councillors have just been talking about. I think the staff's approach all the way through this has been to try and find a community solution for the markets as a long-term sustainable solution, and one that meets the expectations of all of the stakeholders. We've tried to look at a process that, in terms of a long-term solution, does bring some community input into the decision, and something that is likely to gain the wider support of the community. So at the heart of our recommendation to council is council to make decisions to both parties in this that sends a message to them that a negotiated outcome would be better than a forced outcome. And we believe that there's opportunities here to trial things, so things are not just based on assumptions about what might happen. There is an ability here, we believe as staff, to trial various options so the parties can see how those options might work, and more importantly, to feed into council's eventual decision-making process when through the statement of proposal. So, Your Worship, I think the report speaks for itself, so I'm just happy to
Are there any questions, councillors, on the report itself? Yes, Councillor O'Leary.
Is there a requirement? Is there a requirement for us to go out and consult on this, or is that just your recommendation?
There is no requirement to consult on the options. Council could make a decision to go down a particular path on any of the options. There's no requirement to consult, but in our view and some of our engagement on this issue, it was to find that sustainable long-term solution. So to give councillors the ability to understand what the wider community of Frankton and indeed Hamilton was thinking to help in their decision making. So the only requirement to consult will be if you choose an option that requires a road closure more than 31 days to make that a legally safe road closure process. So if you choose an option that that's a part of it, for instance, if you chose an option that just had fortnightly markets or allowed fortnightly markets, you wouldn't have to consult. As soon as you go over the 31 days to be legally safe, the only process is the pedestrianisation process, and that's a very prescribed process to go down a special consultation procedure.
And so what weight would the results of the consultation come back with? I mean, is it just like any consultation, council can choose to go with the majority or not go with the majority? I'm just trying to get an understanding of...
That would be my understanding. It would just be information for you to help you with your decision-making process. And it's an opportunity for people to give their views and opinions.
Any other questions on this?
So, Your Worship, can I just, one thing I forgot,
Yes.
we have received a petition.
Yes.
So we've just received it. It's from a petition to keep Frankton markets on a Saturday, is the nature of the petition. We've just received it. We don't know the numbers, but it looks quite hefty. It's passing it over.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions. So if we embarked on this consultation process to get some feedback, essentially that's what it's for, and then say, for example, the council did decide to pedestrianise the street, so that would then require a special consultation process and hearings and then a decision. What sort of time frame would that entire two-step process likely to take?
So the first step process that we've articulated in here, we've recommended sort of a 2-month time period to be out for the public consultation. So that process, the first step is likely to take somewhere around 3 months, I would have thought.
And then
the possibility of going to the second step process, and that's likely to be about the same period, I would have thought, 3 months.
Right, and so the calendar trigger date is June, I think. We had that for the current Schedule 10 is June.
Yes, can I just be clear on that? If the anniversary date for the road closure that we've put in place is about June 2012, but that relies on the interpretation of being able to aggregate up the half day. If you take the interpretation that 31 days is 31 events, that runs out after this market this weekend. And so the other thing to bear in mind, councillors, too, is that the second process for pedestrianisation is subject to appeal to the Environment Court.
Yes, yes. So just again, I realise what you're saying about the running out, but to start another 31 days under Schedule 10 would be from June.
June,
yes.
Sometime in June, yes.
Right. So if that two-step process...
From 1 July, sorry.
1 July, oh yeah. So if that two-step process happened, there's still this interim period where...
Correct.
Yeah, something could happen or nothing could happen.
Correct.
Right, okay.
So
yes.
follow on from that then,
yes.
putting words in your mouth.
Mm.
You could go the next 21 on the foot pavements and keep the street open with some sort of traffic management.
So, yeah, councillors, on page 16 of the report, that's basically option 1 under item 43 there. So that, in our opinion, would be a legally safe option. So the proposal there is to continue the markets on the footpath and in the car parks and the carriageway, but keep the carriageway open. So we're not saying that's a particularly good outcome for either of the parties, but that is a legally safe option, which is basically, I think we've heard from Councillor Westphal, was probably the Taronga option of what they've done. 31 days with the road closure, and then the next part of the year, the market without a formal road closure.
That would be the legally safe option, but not the best for both parties.
Well, that is our recommendation to councillors, is that it's legally safe, but we don't believe it's conducive to finding a long-term solution for the market. We believe that with the goodwill of all parties, there's an opportunity to make some trials. That may very well be one of the trials that we do through the interim period, just to see how it works, but maybe mixed up with some other trials more in the nature of attachment 3.
Okay. So, Councillor Gower?
Thank you. Probably, I did pose a series of questions to legal counsel, public excluded. Could I ask you now, if we went straight, bearing in mind the obvious feeling you've got of counsel trying to keep this thing going, if we went straight to going out to consultation to make this a mall on the Saturday morning, do you think we would leave ourselves open the legal challenge through lack of consultation, going straight to that conclusion rather than going through a consultative procedure as you've got down here?
So my understanding of that would be no. It's perfectly entitled for council to make that decision to go down the consultation process for pedestrianisation of the area. I guess what you are doing is aligning yourself with an option. So the statement of proposal would change in nature. So at the moment, the nature of the statement of proposal is to find a long-term sustainable future for the markets. The proposal would probably need to change to one of pedestrianisation to enable a Saturday market. Probably more of that nature or words to that effect.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Westphal.
Yes, Chris, first of all, could you tell me, please, if I look at the forlongs option, which is on page 27, with the proposed number of areas for stalls, would that limit the number of stalls or lessen the number of stalls that would be available as compared to what is available now? Has anybody counted the number of stalls? I see Edwina saying yes.
Look, it's just one point of clarity. So attachment 3 is the basis of discussions we were having with both parties and trying to find an option that suited both parties. So just point of clarity, attachment 3 is the version that finds most favour with forlongs. It doesn't find complete favour with the Franklin Business Association. So in this proposal here, it's to have the stalls obviously down in the bottom part of Commerce Street there. It is to have the stalls, as you can see, in the green things on the eastern side, if you like, of Commerce Street, but nothing on the forlongs building side. Yes. So the answer is, with that option there, there will be reduced stall capacity, obviously.
So one of the problems that forlongs had was parking. So have you ever had discussions with them about reopening their car park, or do they have a legal lease agreement with whoever the owner is?
Yeah, so councillors, so there was some discussion this morning about the High Street car park.
Yes.
So look, I think councillors established this morning that it is private property and the ownership of Forlongs. As part of the proposals that we've been talking about with the two parties, Forlongs have said that they, as part of this option here, they would be prepared to look at the car park and make it more accessible for the markets, and to work that into an option to go and trial where we can open up the car park for parking. The thing to bear in mind is probably not a sustainable long-term option, however, being privately owned.
Yes.
Some of our discussions have turned to whether council would want to buy the car park so it is sustainable for the community. We have said to the people that have asked, well, that's really a long-term plan issue that you're welcome to submit to the council's 10-year plan on, but that's a big call for council that it would need to weigh up with everything else that it needs to do. So yes, Forlongs have said they can bring the car park into play in the trial options to assist with that, but we don't think it's sustainable to rely on that car park.
So now the next question, Chris, yes, thank you, and I agree with that because, well, we're not into car parks, and also it does raise issues with present ownership, I guess. If I look at option 1, and the question that I asked Edwina this morning was about the traffic in Commerce Street. Now, Commerce Street is a one-way street, and it has over recent years been improved, and the infrastructure has been improved in terms of the paving on the pavements, and the pavements have been built out so that in actual fact, from an infrastructure point of view, it is actually working like a shared space, in my opinion. And Your Worship, I have discussed this with Chris, though. I think it was verified this morning that the traffic on a normal day there, as it is now, still moves very slowly. And the reason for that is because of all the things that you've got going in and out on the road and all the work that council has done to make it an attractive space for people to walk around in and enjoy their little village. So what would a long-term sustainable solution be to just change the whole of Commerce Street into a shared, that we declare it a shared space, which means in terms of traffic, nothing different, because the cars are still only moving slowly, still only one direction, so the vehicle lane is very narrow, and the markets could still function as they, I understand, propose, or are happy to do by having the stalls backing onto the road in the present parking spaces, and people just walking up and down the footpaths, bearing in mind that those footpaths are a lot wider in some places than our normal footpaths, but it wouldn't really be any different from the shared space that we've got here. So I'd just like your comment on that, if that's a possible solution.
Look, I think it's very fairly probably the area in the city closest to being a candidate for a shared space for the reasons that you've described. Look, I think that would be a logical step to take for Frankton probably at some time soon, as we're trialling the shared space out here. That's probably the next site that council might want to look at. So I think it'd be logical, depending on what solution councillors want to go for Frankton, to build in the shared space as one of the tools we would use to manage traffic and get the education going that this is a space where you is going to be dominated by pedestrians, but cars are able to go through that space. So look, there are definitely possibilities, but bearing in mind my previous comment, it's not a mechanism to affect the road closure. So it would be aligned with option 1, and for instance, it's said there, if we were to make a decision to have the markets keep the carriageway open. We would probably look at the shared space as a way of doing that alongside the traffic management plan to make that safe. Bearing in mind, I guess the markets and the traffic management plans would be on Saturday. The shared space would be 24/7 for during the week for the Frankton area.
But can you just confirm that the people from the markets would be happy to have their stalls in the parking spaces? So the backs of the stalls would be to the... No.
Oh, to the road.
To the road.
The entry would be.
And people would still be walking up and down the footpaths. Have you, because
look,
that was in one of the...
Yeah. So look, my understanding, and you can probably look to nods or shakes behind me, but it's the second best option for the Frankton markets. Their first option is to have all of the space, have the road closed, so you can have the market as status quo. I suspect that that would be the option that they'd go for in the long-term sustainable solution and the statement of proposal. The second best option for them, I'm picking up, is that option to work around the issue of the road closure. I believe that they think that they can make it work, but I don't think it's the best option for them, or they believe it won't be the best option for them. Certainly it won't be an option that meets the expectations of Forlongs, because for Forlongs it was not only the road circulation that was important, but it was the parking. So if the parking on-road parking spaces are colonised for a market, it doesn't deliver on some of the things that Forlongs would like to see for the area.
So I just have another question. Yes. I think one of the other problems with Forlongs was that they were losing business because they couldn't use those parks. My understanding is that some of those entrances from Commerce Street into Forlongs are closed anyway, so people can't get in there from Commerce Street. I haven't had that verified, but since their new building was put up, the main kind of entrance, especially with their two car parks that they've got, is what's the name of the road behind, between the two Forlongs buildings? Yes, yes. Can you confirm that the main entrances for Forlongs, both buildings, is in that street? It is?
Yeah, look,
so, and
all I can reiterate, I guess, is Forlong's view that they've presented to us, that it is really important for them is the entranceways onto Commerce Street and keeping their entranceway clear and having parking available for people that want to come to their business. So that's very strongly their view they've presented to us.
And so their complaints are mainly, or their problems are mainly to do with the 4 hours between, say, 9 and 1 on a Saturday morning. Is that right?
Correct, it's during the time.
Are they, just remind me, are they open on Sundays and public holidays?
Not to my knowledge, no.
No, they're not.
So they could increase their trading, for example, by opening on a Sunday.
All right, Councillor O'Leary?
Thank you, Bishop. I realise that obviously Forlongs has got their own private car parking, but do we know how many vehicles fit on that High Street car park?
About 240.
240. And how many fit on our Kent Street car park?
On your Kent Street car park?
Yeah. 90? And on-street parking would be...
Look, I don't have those figures in front of you. In the attachment, we can count the on-street car parking in the market area of Commerce Street. So it's about 20.
Parking, about 150 public car parks. And Forlongs have 160 of their own private car parks outside of High Street.
Do we police any of the like Kent Street or help Forlongs with policing their car park or anything with any parking orders? And if we haven't, why haven't we done that?
Look, part of the discussions we've had in recent times is enforcement and winding our parking enforcement people down to have a higher presence to help reinforce some of the existing sort of controls in place there. So my understanding is that our parking wardens at times do go down to Franklin, maybe not as high profile as they could be.
Because I recall at a very early meeting, I don't think staff attended when parking was an issue right at the beginning, and I was on the understanding that we were going to, because parking is actually an issue for the businesses as well, because obviously they want the turnover, and I thought perhaps if we'd done that way back then we might not be here. But another question, for the first 15 years of the market, I believe the road was open. Where were the stalls then? Were they on the car park or they were on the footpath? So during those first 15 years, was there any vehicle versus pedestrian incidents?
Look, it sort of predates my time and Jason's, but Vino is the market operator's here. He could probably answer that.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, just to bring those timeframes where the council are very 1988 to the year 2000 was the market operated with the road open and cars coming in. There were some areas that didn't have store holders in it, as I said. And then in the year 2000, council thought the road closure would be, given the numbers of people that were coming to the market, a better proposition in terms of just creating a great community here. So from the year 2000 to now, it's the road closure.
So were there any incidents that you know of? I know that Terry sort of doesn't, he's shaking his head, so.
No, so I think the answer's no.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just a question again to staff then. During your negotiations, and I can appreciate everybody's time and effort in trying to come to conclusion, it's often really hard in situations like this, but was there agreement, what I'm saying is, did you talk about, were you getting close to, if you go back to 1988 to the year 2000, where the markets were on the footpath, which releases the car parks, which is a concern that Forlongs have. If that option was amicable, and did you also talk to them about, look, if we put in a fairly tough contingent of wardens in there to keep the traffic flowing, to make sure that perhaps members of the public didn't park in Forlongs, that market people knew that the Kent Street was there. I mean, to me, that kind of seems to be a lot closer than the options that we've got here. Did you get anywhere close to anything like that? With us coming up with, I guess a bit of cost around the extra wardens?
Look, I recall discussions about when these issues bubbled up a year ago about increased surveillance, I guess, in terms of the car parks, etc. Now, I think that might have been part of Vino's traffic management plan and the people they engaged to be more vigilant, and rather than our traffic wardens, but in terms of making sure people parked in the right places and didn't park here and moved on. But that's obviously hasn't worked, and that's why we're here today.
So, but we did have a response to that.
Jason?
Yeah, so basically, when we got to the negotiation point, look at the Forlongs option. The difference between that and what the association was happy with is that they would more actively happening at the Commerce Street and close to Lake Road. There's a bit of a gateway, and more activity along the Forlongs frontage. And so basically, Forlongs wasn't prepared to move any closer, and the association was prepared to give up any more. And so that's where we got to at that point in time.
Okay, any other questions, Councillor?
One very
Yes,
quickly.
thank you. Yeah.
Where I'm struggling is that there's a staff recommendation here to go out for consultation, and I'm struggling whether any more is going to come out of that consultation as to what we've got now, and whether we should just make a D now. But you could, apart from probably the wider public may have an input into it. Could you just help us out there?
Yeah, well, look, that certainly is the only difference, was to arm councillors with a broader perspective from the community in terms of what was good for the community. So that's probably what it would furnish council with, is just information on the wider community interest in this issue.
Okay, and you've sort of indicated there there'd be no legal challenge if we go ahead with your recommendation up to the time we,
I can't give that indication. Like, our recommendation is to say that we understand the risk of legal challenge to our interpretation of the 31 days, but to send a message to the parties, a negotiated outcome would be better, to give us 4 more weeks to try and come up with an option based around trialling. So me and Jason believe there's lots of perceptions about what will work and what won't work. We just think there's a great opportunity to do some trials here, to get some information that will help councillors and the community understand what works and what doesn't work. That trial could incorporate, 2 weeks of one and 2 weeks of another. So we haven't designed that trial yet, but we just think that if it's to be a sustainable long-term solution, it's got to work for everybody in that community. And at the moment, the other options are sort of alienating, one party from the other.
Right, thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Chris, I just want to explore slightly further Councillor Marika's suggestion of the shared space. To me, it seems to be quite an innovative solution that hasn't been looked at from a staff's point of view, or maybe I've misread that. But what are the legal barriers for us, just as a council, deeming that road to be a shared space? And as such, the markets, in theory, could operate as is, just with a more intense traffic management plan. Am I reading that right?
Look, I think you are reading that right. Look, I don't think there is any legal barriers to council declaring a shared zone. I think that's a council decision. You would obviously want to do that with the right information about the risks, etc., of the shared zone, i.e. traffic safety. But look, I don't think there is any legal barrier. So I guess what we're saying is that's something that would be logical to look at if council wanted to go down something like the option 1, which was to keep the road open and find a way for the markets to continue with the roads open. So a shared zone is a tool to use to make that happen and make it safe.
Okay.
Can I just ask on that one then?
Final question.
Shared zone,
Yeah.
what happens with the car parks?
So it's whatever council decides. So council would have to issue for the markets probably a permit still under the public places bylaw and approve a traffic management plan. So I think what the advice we've given you is it's probably legally safe to make a decision to use the car parks for markets and just to keep the carriageway open, but it doesn't deliver to everybody's expectations.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth, you had a question? Right, okay. Right, councillors, any more questions? No? So is anyone... just looking at the recommendations on paragraph 13, I think there are 2 parts to this. I think they should be taken separately, because one part is about the consultation process and the other is about the interim arrangements. So I think it is appropriate we deal with those as a separate issue. So, councillors, anyone have a motion they want to put on the table in respect to the first item, which is that consultation recommendation?
Can I foreshadow anything at this stage?
Well, I think we're looking for motions first. So if you have a motion you want to put on the table, do you want to put that on?
Well, I would really, because Your Worship, I'm trying to avoid this, the expense of a consultation process if we don't have to go through it, because I believe that this has been going on for years, and I mean, as councillors, I think we've got a good feel, certainly the Westport councillors, for what the local people want there.
So what would you like?
What I would be proposing is that certainly as an interim solution that we go straight into a shared space zone, and that staff report back on how that is to be implemented.
So you're talking about option A in terms of the interim position?
Let's have a look.
That's paragraph 43.
Frankton Market operates without a road closure in place, allowing vehicle access only through Commerce Street. But I would like specifically to mention in the proposal that staff come back to council on the implementation of a shared space zone for the Commerce Street area.
And I would have foreshadowed an amendment to
Yeah,
that.
so hold on, I just want to get clear, Councillor Westphal. So just in respect to paragraph 13, you're really...
Nothing.
So you're
Report
taking
being
with
said.
14, number 14, receiving the report.
Yes.
And then your motion is?
Frankton Market operates without a road closure in place, allowing vehicle access only through Commerce Street. That staff report and further that staff report back to council on the implementation of a shared space zone for Commerce Street.
Right.
And I mean, I'm happy to change that wording if it's not clear.
I'll second that.
Right, and just, we might just put a time frame around that so that staff would report back on a shared zone space to which committee by when? I think it's important in our resolutions that we get time frames and clarity.
This is being discussed at council, so I would say at the next council meeting.
Okay. Right.
Ordinary council.
Right, thank you. Did you have a comment? Sorry, the GM
Can I
put a
just
comment
be
first?
very clear on that?
Yeah.
So this is a decision we need now for the market, not this Saturday, but next Saturday. So I think your decision, if you went down that line, would be that you would like staff, that you approve option 1, which is basically to carry on the market without a road closure. There wouldn't be time to come back to council on the shared zone, but I think the intent is to start building in the concept of a shared zone space for that option in not the White Reds, but in due course. But we wouldn't be able to do that and come back to council and tell you about that before we have to implement the option. So at the moment it would be, you make that decision. We've been looking at the traffic management implications. We would issue a permit to operate for not this weekend but the following one based on a traffic management plan that reflected option 1. We would then, I think it would be very logical if you went down that path to look at the shared zone and implement that in due course and probably as quickly as possible.
Well then,
report
Yes,
point of clarification on that, Your
Yes.
Worship, because I think we need to get to know what we're doing here. You're in effect moving it by putting the traffic down the common street. You're in effect going the Tauranga model, where you're going to put them back onto the sidewalks.
No.
So
Well, this is what...
No, in the...
Can I just be clear? I think the option there is to put the markets back onto the sidewalk, but also into the on-carriageway parking lots. So I think the vision I have in my mind is the markets would probably turn around and face the shops, so the back of the stalls would be on the carriageway and where the car parks are. So there was wide enough carriageway for the market visitors to be on the
And I understand that, but really, that's not achieving anything for of both parties. My understanding, Your Worship, is the parking space was the or the point of contention on the fall-on side.
Yes, so Councillor Henry, just so we've got a motion and we do have a seconder. Councillor Leary, you've seconded that motion.
And I have a
And you've,
four-vote shadowed
yes, so you've
amendment.
just
I have
clarified.
a clarification on that motion.
Yes, can you just...
Because I think we've got to be very careful of putting all Commerce Street into the Wayne Boat.
Yes.
And I think you'd actually split up Commerce Street to the upper part and to that of probably Lake Road down.
Oh, sorry.
So Councillor Westphal?
Yes, that's exactly what I meant.
So...
It's on this, here, down here.
Yes, so what
Put
part?
it into words.
Lake Road to High Street.
Lake
Use the
Road to
word.
High
Well,
Street.
you knew that I meant that.
Yes, so we're clear, councillors.
left your lights
Councillor
on.
Westphal's motion relates to Lake Road to
Your
High
lights are
Street.
not on.
Right? Are
Should
there,
I give you my amendment so that you
yes,
know?
I just want to just seek, just make sure, councillor, are there any other clarification points? So, just so that we're clear, so there would be no consultation process. We would go straight into this on the footpath thing, and then the staff would report back about the concept of the shared space and how that might be operationalised.
Yep.
Right? And the time frame is at the next council meeting.
yes, recognising that your decision for option one would be implemented in a week.
Yes, yes, that's right. Okay.
And also,
Yes.
and your worship, just like anything that council does, we consult on everything.
That's right, we do.
So there will be.
Okay, thank you.
Affected parties.
Right, so councillor Westphal, so councillor Henneberry, you signalled an
Yes,
amendment,
I have, if I can
you?
get a second. My amendment is, I think we're trying to get a win-win for everybody here. My amendment would be along the lines of councillor Westphal's amendment, but...
Oh, hers is the motion.
Yeah, her motion, sorry. The car parks on the Forlong side outside their shops be available, open. So therefore you're getting a win-win. You're keeping one side that can operate as normal, you get your cars down, and there's the parks on that side are available. And I think that's the bone of contention here, is that parking. And there's two parties here. There's one side of the parties that want it all shut, and there's another party that wants a bit of middle ground. And I think
Right,
this is
so
a middle ground.
thank you,
for
councillor
now.
Henneberry. So councillors, what I'm proposing to do, rather than us all talk about what a motion and amendment might look like, I'm going to pause for 5 minutes, and I'm going to ask councillor Henneberry and councillor Westphal just to have some discussions, because I don't want to spend half an hour toing and froing about wording and amendments and what that might look like. So we're just going to pause and have a break for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Can you make sure that they understand the application?
Yeah, they're going to have to. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
On his side.
And all the roads will all be free, or will all move. If he doesn't think it's not his fault.
Yeah, so he gives the... No, what he's saying is the car parks will be open. Because he's got... Because he wants the...
Will be open every week. Yeah, but we can do that for your every week.
So no car parks over here. So if you give me car parks here, we'll give you this.
People can park in the car park and walk.
I can't support you because there's two sides to a story. And if you get the two over, he said he'll... So what he wants is a big flow.
But I've got problems with yours, I'm very honest with you. I've been down there trying to sort of pick up another lane, and there's people who don't appreciate it.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah,
Can I make a suggestion? What is wrong with trial? We need
Anthony.
No.
Well, no.
And they probably won't all get
No, there was an army, that's the main people, yeah.
The shared space doesn't deal with all
You need to keep confused, and avoid
like it used to be.
My advice is forget about the shared space, because that's something that you can lay over the top of the shed. Fundamental. But perfectly happy to have that in the resolution that we come back and report, because I think that is a good idea, but your fundamental decision is whether you want to make a decision that keeps the road open and lets the market take up all of the car parking spaces. What I'm saying is you could make a decision that trial both of them and then report that. Tamika could stay with their motion, which would mean no road closure.
Brendan, had a road closure in place, and they engaged those only to High Street. And that, and you got okay. I've got a big no.
Yeah.
They're all of them. And they've always
Lake to high equals a shared space zone. And that staff report back on the implementation of a shared space.
If I read that, I'll give you a I'll read this, going to get that to us.
Okay, thank you, councillor. So councillor Westphal, where are we at?
So I think we're in the same situation as the Franklin Market people in Forlongs, that we haven't been able to reach a compromise. After 5 minutes. So I'm going to...
so your motion is as it was?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and that's been seconded by councillor O'Leary.
Your worship, I'm withdrawing my amendment because I can't get agreement, so I'll just vote against it.
Right, okay, thank you. Now, councillor Westphal, do you wish to speak to your motion?
If somebody could read out that motion again, please, so we're all quite clear.
Okay. So Franklin Market operates without a road closure in place, allowing access only through Commerce Street. And that Commerce Street from High Street to Lake Road be declared shared space with staff to report back on the implementation of the shared space zone. To the next ordinary council meeting.
And just a clarification on that, if I can. So in that staff reporting back, if that does not work, that would be part of the feedback and we'd be able to revisit that. Is that part of that intention of the motion? If not, I'll have to vote against it.
My intention to do everything I can to have this area of Commerce Street declared a shared space zone. If, however, staff were to come back to us and say that's absolutely hopeless, you can't do it, of course I would agree with staff.
Okay.
Right, so councillor Westphal, did you want to speak to your motion?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. This is really, I think, in my opinion, a way of having a sustainable solution for the future where there is no threat of any legal action against a group of people that have for the last 24 years or 22 years held a market which is important for a very low socio-economic area of our city. It's important in terms of cultural, economic and social well-being, which is exactly what we're responsible for. So I I'm doing this because I see this as a solution to a problem, and it's a solution which hasn't been looked at yet. So I'm very positive, very confident that it will work.
Thank you. Councillor Leary?
Thank you, Worship. I think shared space is something that Councillor Westphal and Councillor McPherson have been champions on, and I'm looking forward to Worley Place becoming our first CBD real shared space. I think this is a great solution for Frankton. I think that it will mean all of the roads are open for traffic, so traffic circulates. That will actually help the local businesses. The stalls could go on in the car park space, but that doesn't mitigate the Forlong's concerns. They could also go on the footpath. I think there is further conversations to be had around that. The market operated for for the first 15 odd years on the footpath. So I'm sure if that's what comes out of this, that they'll be happy with that. I also believe that if, with further talks around this and this new idea about shared space, that if Mr. Forlong and the markets get together and he doesn't want stalls in front of his particular area, then I'm sure the market will agree to that. Look, I know that getting into a room and mediation and trying to come up with things that make everybody happy can be pretty hard at times, but I think you need to try again, and I believe that this gives us the space to do that. I also think that we need to look at our parking wardens and perhaps get them down there and get people and tell people, with all the roads open under this proposal, that Kent Street is a big car park with 90 odd car parks available. People should be parking there. We should have some involvement down there. Another issue that came about when all of this started was that stall holders often took up parking spaces that the businesses and Terry Forlong wanted for their customers. So perhaps we can help with that. This is about all of us working together and all of us helping. And I think if council would be prepared to commit to a small increase in our parking wardens down there, would make inroads quite happily there. I did have a meeting with the previous mayor some time ago and Mr. Forlong, and it was a sad conclusion that due to his frustrations he withdrew from the Frankton community. And I think that that's pretty sad because for the best part of the first so many years, Forlongs were an integral part of the markets. And I think that relationship splitting has not been healthy for anybody. So if this is a way, and I congratulate Councillor Westphal for thinking of this, if this is a way that we can get those two parties back together, because then they're a force to be reckoned with, then that's one of the reasons why I strongly support this.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. I won't be supporting the motion because I think it will create an absolute shambles. And I say that because the market can attract anywhere from 1,500 people to 5,000 or 6,000 depending on the weather. Now that's a huge volume of traffic, of cars, of trucks, of bicycles and motorbikes. A very big event, and I can just see the shared space concept coming to a grinding halt and a lot of anger in those markets. Now look, I am pleased that Councillor Westphal has directed council away from wasting $20,000 on consultation. And I say wasting $20,000 because people love the markets over a long period of time, almost 25 years. They've been hugely successful. So all the consultation would tell us is that 90% of people love the markets and don't touch them. So what have we learnt from that? And unfortunately, this council is going to have to make some of those decisions instead and save the $20,000. But look, I'm going to take a slightly different angle in this debate, and it may surprise some people. As a council, we have an obligation to ensure our long-standing businesses in this city remain successful, particularly in the current economic climate. And I'd have to say, it's my view, that without Forlongs there is no Frankton. And if you look at some of the facts around the company itself, and these may not be absolutely accurate, there's 100 odd employees, not employees that are odd, but 100 plus employees, which means that there must be something like a $5 million payroll. The company's been running 66 years, owned by the same family, and they choose, for a variety of reasons, not to open on a Sunday. And that is their right and their choice. And as ratepayers, Forlongs, they don't just have that retail store in Commerce Street, it's the next road over and a warehouse down the road. They're paying over $280,000 in rates. Now that's more than the base, I think. And it's probably more than what's paid by Chartwell. So this is big business in Frankton. And I think that we need to start considering in these economic times about protecting our businesses. So I'm really, at this point, as a fan of the market, saying, well, I'm sorry, I'm now viewing this as about survival of our businesses in town. And at no time has Forlongs ever suggested they were struggling. Absolutely no time. But I want to make the point that the farmers market has moved twice and will move again, probably quite shortly. The Left Bank Arts Festival, and you'll remember that dreadful murder of the young English lawyer, they came to me for public relations advice, worried that they couldn't hold the festival there. And I said, why don't you go across the river and call it the Right Bank Arts Festival? Brilliant. And that's what they did, and not a murmur in the community because they resolved their issue. And so I see in this paper that we've received today that Forlong's preferred arrangement is to have the market on Sunday. And I think Forlongs are entitled to have their view heard in that respect. Because maybe one of the options is, if Forlongs doesn't want the markets in Frankton, maybe the real solution is the market as an entity is hugely successful. What would happen if they were moved a kilometre or several kilometres away in an area that was more conducive and met the Forlongs' objectives? So I'd like us to think about that and think about protecting the businesses that are contributing huge amount in rates, providing over 100 jobs, and I just make that final point that without Forlongs there is no Frankton. I will just add that Roger Henneberry, Councillor Henneberry and I met last week with a long-standing Hamilton Central Business District business person, in business 30 years in the CBD. They came to see us because they wanted to say they're about to close up. And they're about to close up because the economic conditions, thank you, are forcing them out of business. At this point, it is so bad for this particular retailer, they are only able to pay 30% of their rent. Now, what does that ultimately do to property values if a landlord can only get 30% of the rent? Their turnover now is half that in 2006, and so far in January and February, 30% down. And they've said that all of these trials that we seem to agree to in parking has confused the market. Nobody knows anymore what it is that we're trialling with free parking. So I'm just using that example to talk about the economic climate in the city. And if you start walking around the city, you will be shocked at the amount of vacant space. And so I'm just making a plea that we need to take into account very seriously the point of view of Forlongs Furnishings of Frankton.
Okay. Councillor Henneberry.
Yes, Your Worship, I think that Councillor Chesterman has really said pretty much what I wanted to say. Look, we want a vibrant Frankton, and I think the markets do a good job. But there's two parties here, it seems to me, and I had put up an amendment which I couldn't get a lot of traction on. But all the points that Councillor Chesterman says about the ratepayer, Forlongs have been there a long time and pay a lot of money in rates. These marketplaces pay no rates. And when there's two parties talking to you, to listen to both sides. And my compromise with my amendment was that we leave the parking places on the right-hand side opposite the forlongs available for parking to be policed by wardens. But now we're going down the same track, and I can't support that. I think that the contribution that they've made to this city, they need listening to seriously. And I don't think we're taking or listening to them seriously. I think we're just seeing one big player dictating, and I don't believe that's true at all, because this big player actually does employ a lot of people, spends a lot of money, spends a lot of rates here. So you've got to listen to them. And I think there was a compromise, but you're not going down that compromise road, so I can't support this.
Okay, Councillor Gallagher?
Well, I think it's the classic rock and a hard place, and let's have a bit of perspective. Number one, my first experience of watching New Zealand television, and as a new councillor, I hate to give away my age, but when we turned around this bus shelter stop and we watched the TV in the forlongs window, had a loudspeaker, and we went down there. As a primary school kid, I went down there every night because I lived in Norton Road, and obviously my late father, had great respect, as I do, for the contribution of the Forlongs family over generations to the Frankton community, along with some really other amazing people in that community. The other side of that equation, of course, is in my previous jobs, capacities in the community, I've had great interaction with the Frankton market, and I'm also aware of the livelihoods of the hard-working men and women who also participate in that market, who make a living, go and run a stall, and that's also to be considered in juxtaposition with the Forlongs and the wonderful contribution they've made, and the people who work for that business. So I don't think, frankly, it's either or. I don't think we should be placed in a situation of having to make a choice. And sometimes my role is to try and work with the council to encourage ongoing negotiation. And in the end, negotiation probably involves, obviously, degrees of compromise. I think, and I say this, I think I will be supporting the motion on the table as a way forward at this point in time, subject to appropriate staff report. I don't think, personally, it is ideal, and I want to really focus in around some safety issues. And my brain immediately says, in that shared space situation with the stalls, of the 4-year-old who suddenly breaks loose from mum or dad or older sister and runs through the stalls and shoots across the road. And then I'm looking at obviously the speed limit. Now, obviously, people have talked about Tauranga and other places, so that's a sort of detail. But I only personally see this, in a way, as a kind of keeping the show on the road solution. And while people have said, we don't need to spend all this money on public consultation, frankly, I'm not sure, in a sense, what we're trying to do actually here is to try and keep faith with the public in terms of the thousands and thousands who use that market. I don't necessarily think that if a market's been there for how many years, it automatically just up sticks and moves to another day. And with due respect, why is it that the Forlongs business, with great respect to them, have a right to choose their opening and closing hours, but the market people, if they've been there for 21 years, I think they do have some degree of existing rights as well, because this is a situation that has evolved. I also want to be on the record to pay a public and strong commitment to the wonderful Frankton business community. Forlongs is a very, very important component of that community, but as a kid who grew up in that area, there were many other small businesses who have come and gone along Commerce Street who have made a wonderful contribution to our city in terms of their personal capacity. So there's a whole collection over the years of little businesses that have just made a wonderful contribution. And we also have to listen very, very seriously to the Frankton Business Association, to the market in terms of their operation, and try and continue to get, if you like, that compromise that it so far eludes us.
Okay, Councillor Gow.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I will be brief. I've got real reservations about the motion as it is. I've got reservations mainly to do with trying to make do or fit something, fit a series of circumstances which I don't believe will marry up quite easily. Honestly, I don't. I've got problems with the traffic solution, along with a mass of people that's already been brought out with young kids. And I've been down there like most others numerous times, and I've seen how people wander around the place. I will probably reluctantly support the motion, only because there's going to be a reporting back clause by staff, and that will give me the opportunity probably to say, hey, this is great in theory, works great in Europe, great here, but in actual fact you've got a series of circumstances here which does not fit the criteria at the moment for a shared space. So once again, I have grave reservations for probably the market people who are involved in the markets, the forlongs, and I know there are other issues the forlongs haven't been raised here also. Whether it's appropriate or not, I don't know. So there are other problems that we haven't talked about. So once again, to wrap up, I will very reluctantly support the recommendation, only because there's going to be a reporting back clause by staff, and I may have a completely different view than what the motion says at the moment.
Councillor Boss?
I won't support it, and the reason I won't support it is that I support the businesses in Frankton, and I also support what the market's trying to do. Wrong place to have a market. This market has grown and grown and grown, and there must be some other solution to that apart from shared space. I go down to Hamilton East and they have stall holders on the side of the road, but they don't go onto the road. A road is a road. If I buy a business there, I expect to be able to get to my business on a weekend. It may be the only time that I make any money, and it is a road. It is not a huge car park where you have a market. It's a road. And if we say shared space, I'm not sure whether that's good future-proof, because I'm just worried that this is the wrong place. Either you close the road completely, close it, and then you feel for the business person, or open it. You cannot have both. If you go to the zoo, it's not a good thing to put tigers with zebras, and I don't think this will work, so I'm not supporting it.
Okay. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have to say, isn't this a tragedy? That between the parties, they couldn't come to some sort of way forward. And to be honest, frequently when politicians are asked to get involved, we make it even more complicated. But I am comforted by the thought that neither party in this case is getting what they wanted. Let that be a lesson to all of us, that we can learn from that. Ultimately, I respect Forlong. Any business that can survive 66 odd years can be congratulated. And I sincerely acknowledge the contribution in the form of rates that they pay each year. I do see this as a bit of a David and Goliath battle, however. And there is some irony that Mr. Thorlong in the beginning played such a critical role in the creation of these markets. And I wonder how he would look at this today. I think at the end of the day, it is important that we protect the markets. And again, I am disappointed that we weren't able to find, or they weren't able to find a better balance. I think the shared space is the way forward. But boy, it's not perfect. It comes with high risk. And there's a level of irony, Councillor Boss, that you supported the shared space concept down here, but you used the very things that I justified why I couldn't support it in Frankton. I hope that both of us are half right and half wrong.
Thank you, you're right.
Look, at the end of the day, I would have hoped that the parties could have found a better solution. But I, for one, don't want to lose the Frankton market. So I will be supporting Marika and Angela's motion. I think it's a best way forward in an unperfect situation. And I would really hope that the two parties could actually work better together. I'm also a little bit surprised by the inconsistency that Forlong says, look, for whatever reason we don't trade on Sunday, but they're happy for the Frankton market to trade on Sunday. Again, unfortunate it had to come to us, but I think the shared space is the way to go.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth?
Thank you, Worship. As much as I would like to support the motion, I'm not going to. And for many of the reasons that have already been put forward, I am supportive of a shared space, and I've seen it work overseas. I'm really excited about the space that's coming here to Garden Place, but I do have reservations about this particular shared space. It's not the normal, usual one where it's a pedestrian zone with the odd vehicular movement. This one is a situation where there are a large number of people and who knows what the traffic movements are going to be. So that is one of my concerns. The other one of my concerns is that I would like to see the car park spaces open. I take the Hamilton East example and several other market examples where the markets can operate on the footpath and the road can still be used as a road. And it's one of the Mr. Forlong's requests that he has access to his car parks, or customers do have access to their car parks outside a shop. I don't think that's unreasonable. It is a shame that it has had to come this far. I would really hope that in the coming weeks that the Frankton Business Association, the Forlongs Group and the Frankton Markets can come to some agreement, because clearly you can see that if we're divided here at the political level, as Councillor Wilson has said, your destiny is better on your own hands.
Thank you. I'm betwixt and between, I've got to say, because I think that commerce is very important, and commerce comes in various forms. It comes in the form of Forlongs, and it comes in the form of markets. It's all about commerce. I'm not comfortable that a shared space is the answer, but I think it is a good interim step. So I'm looking at this as an interim step, and I'm very interested in the report that staff will bring back, canvassing all the options for a shared space and whether that is in fact doable. So I'm approaching this on that basis, and I will be expecting that report to really look carefully at those issues. I want to say to the parties that the debate around the table today is, I guess, very reflective of the debate that has gone on prior to it getting here. Because there actually isn't an answer to this that's going to satisfy everyone, we know that, or that actually does address, I think, the issues that both parties are raising. But can I encourage those parties, as other councillors have done, to use some time very quickly within the next few weeks to actually seriously sit around the table and work the answer out for yourselves, because at the end of the day, your answer is the best answer, not the answer that we put on you. And I would really encourage you to do that. You've heard us today. We're struggling. We want to just give the best outcome for the city that works bestly for everyone. And I do want to commend, as Councillor Chesterman has said, the contribution that Forlongs has made to Frankton and the city, and also the market has made to Frankton and the city. So you have the final right of reply, Councillor Westphal.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. This whole issue has come to us because the markets want to survive in Frankton. They are called the Frankton markets, and they've been there for 24 odd years. Councillor Wilson has referred to a David and Goliath situation. Well, you know, it's horrible to have to say that, but that's what it looks like. Is it survival? Is it about survival of Forlongs? Is it survival for the Frankton markets? Is it survival for all the Frankton businesses? Well, it's for everybody. And we're here to represent everybody. And because the parties over such a long period of time have not been able to reach a conclusion, they've come to us and asked us to provide a solution. Now, I'm providing this as a solution in good faith to all the parties because I want Frankton to survive. And Frankton is not just Forlongs. Yes, Forlongs has done wonderful things for Frankton. They started the markets off. But Forlongs is all those other businesses as well. All those other businesses on the periphery. It's the banks. Now, I'm told that the banks are the busiest banks in town. Well, you know, they probably bring in more money from, I don't know, from wherever, but that's what it's all about. And I've heard comments about shared space and little kids are going to get knocked over and all of that. The vehicles, if you look at Frankton now at Commerce Street, it is almost a shared space. It's got all the principles of a shared space. That's why I particularly asked Edwina to comment on how slowly the vehicles travel. They're lucky if you get down there at 10 k's an hour. Because of what? Because of all the things that are going on in the street. Because the way that the street is built, it's not just 2 lanes of traffic. It's 1 lane for 1 car going down the middle. And with a shared space that is going to be exactly the same for the Frankton market. So Councillor Boss says, you know, no cars are going. Cars will go down, although I suspect that when they see all the markets and the people on the sidewalks, that they're not going to go down there anyway. Yeah. So, you know, what's different? This is 4 hours in a trading week. 4 hours that we're talking about. You know, there's going to be heaps of people there. Now, I'm told since that the car park at the end of High Street, on High Street, closed, that actually the number of visitors to the Frankton markets have reduced. I think that's sad, because this is good for our city. This is good socially, economically, and culturally for everybody. Not just for Forlongs, not just for the Frankton market, and not just for a few businesses. It's for everybody. So I see this as the only solution that I, in good faith, can offer. We are going to have a look at how it works. Some things might come out. I mean, those guys might get together and say, well, look, you know, I'm happy. Vino might say, well, I'm happy not to have stalls in front of Forlongs if Forlongs does such and such. Well, let them go and talk about it. Don't shut your ears or your eyes to anything else changing in the meantime. Let's just go for this in the meantime and see how it works. I have faith that it's going to work. I think that we've given everybody a message, and I want Frankton to survive.
Thank you, Councillor Westphal. Right, our councillors, we're going to the board on this. Thank you.
Carried 6-4, Her Worship.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming along as well, market people and Terry. Right, councillors, the next item we're going to is item number 10, which is at page 30.
We know how you do.
Right, so this is, who's speaking to item 10? Blair? Thank you. So councillors, I'm sure you've read the report. Blair, is there any matter that you need to speak to?
I tell you what, you're right.
So Blair, I think you can take the report as read, unless there are any questions, councillors? No? Well, I'm happy to move the recommendation of paragraph 13 through 18. Is there a seconder for that?
I'm sorry, Your Worship, where are we?
We are on page 31.
I'm sorry.
We do have a couple of questions.
Oh, right. Do you want to ask those first then, Councillor Gowan, please?
Yep, okay. Firstly, I've got some notes here. I'll have to try and catch up. Other TLAs, have we got a handle on what other TLAs are doing as far as some of this? And I've got that in relation to 63.
63, sorry, which is page 63, is it, Councillor?
No, sorry, item number 63 on page 34.
This is the funding needs analysis you're referring to?
About section 101.3b
Okay.
adjustment.
Look, this is a standard legislative requirement that all councils need to go through. In simple terms, it is we have to go through, when we strike our final rating differential, we look at the individual activities of council, how they are funded, and then we look at an overall adjustment between what level of rates each sector should pay, and we refer to that as a differential. And of course, council will know that the residential differential is 1, commercial differential is a bit over 2, and so that is created ultimately through this adjustment referred to in clause 63. So all councils have to demonstrate this process.
Okay. Getting on now to probably on the same page 67 or 68, just a risk assessment and the ability to act. Now, it does suggest that we do open ourselves up a little bit, even though there's property benefits there. Could you just go through that again, or I've one more question?
Yes.
Yes, so I mean, there is absolutely some risk associated with that, in that you are deferring the payment of development contributions to council from a point of title to a period of up to 2 years after title is issued. And the report has contemplated that and has outlined statutory land charges would be a method of security applied. What I would note, and the way the policy has been clearly written, there are a number of protections built in so the council can satisfy itself as to the level of risk. And one of those is that any application, once thoroughly worked through by staff, will come to the Statutory Management Committee for final consideration before it being entered into, and that is a further chance for council to consider that. The other point I would note is that this only applies to developments where the infrastructure is in the ground up to and including 30th of June this year. So we've already, as a council, deployed the infrastructure. So we are sitting there where we've incurred the costs. So in effect, we are owed money to sort of receive back the infrastructure we put in the ground. So what we are with this policy is trying to enable, free up, get some development going, which of course means that liability translates into development contributions. So it just shifts the risk from infrastructure paid for but not funded by development contributions through to development that's occurred. We're now getting rating income, but of course we have some risk around the collection of development contributions revenue.
Thank you. Now, some of this is probably leading edge as far as DC goes, and I accept that. But is there any relevant case law that may come back to actually bite us as far as what we're doing, as far as probably not so much the statutory land charge on that, but probably anything else that may come out of the woodwork as has bitten other TLAs in the past, but we've actually escaped from?
Not in this.
One other.
There's been no case law in the development contributions in this particular area. So there has been case law and development contributions around level of cost allocated to projects, but none in this space. I would note also that Tompkins Wake have thoroughly looked at this and given us advice on the risks with this clause, and they have pointed out the risk which has been outlined in the report here, but they are not outlining any other impediments to us.
Thank you. That deals with number 70 there. The other thing is that you suggest probably an appeal or a decision may come to statutory management. Could you just set out probably the parameters that you see the statutory management may have to actually decide?
Yep.
I was going to say something, but we're not at the moment.
So to be clear, the way the policy is written at the moment, given it is new, all applications, once thoroughly vetted and worked through by staff, will come to statutory management for consideration. So they will come with a report from council staff outlining the proposition and our advice as to whether it should be proceeded with, and then allow statutory management the ability to critique that and ask and take further advice from us.
Thank you. Now, in our last appeals of the DCs that went to statutory management, apart from a judicial review of procedure, really there was not another avenue for those applicants to actually appeal. Is that the same sort of status as what we will have in this coming?
In simple terms, yes. The difference is that the applicants, if they wish to seek a remission on their development contributions, in other words, they disagree with the charge, can come to statutory management. If they disagree with the statutory management, they can then petition to the High Court. This is somewhat different in this. This is a policy decision where you are saying there is an option for deferment, but they can only be approved by statutory management. So the exclusive right sits with statutory management. There would be no chance to take that to the High Court.
Okay, thank you. That's as it was, and I didn't want to make, I want to go any further.
Councillor Tree?
Yes, just regarding funding risk, these funding risks, are, when you look at the new funding risks, are quite high, up to 60%. With our new money lending bank, if we like to call it, local government's one, why is that there then? Why are we still into some sort of risk? I thought this new identity was going to make funding very simple for us and we wouldn't have any risk. Of course, we didn't agree with
So councillors, you're referring to, I guess, paragraph 46, which is the parameters. So the local government funding agency does certainly provide us a level of comfort around access to funds, but it is still prudent under any Treasury type approach to have your borrowing spread over different periods of time as to when they mature. You wouldn't want all of your debt to be borrowed for extremely long periods of time. Sometimes it's advantageous to have it rolling over on regular cycles, and so this is set in conjunction with Treasury advice and allows council to have debt maturing at various years, depending on what the market is doing at the particular time. What I would comment though is that at the moment we are struggling to get money beyond 5 years. The advent of local government funding agency means that we can access money for a term of greater than 5 years.
So I probably misunderstood you in some respects, what you just said, or my interpretation. So what you're saying is that this local government funding is not going to be our sole funder. We're still going to have a lot of other banks involved as well.
We have agreed to take 80% of our debt over through the local government funding agency, and the remaining 20% is we could take through LGFA or we could take through other sources, and those other sources may be some of the other items identified in the policy, such as commercial paper, direct issuance through the banks, etc. So we do have some flexibility.
So 20% that we'd be borrowing outside the local government has still got quite a bit of risk involved over these terms.
Any borrowing, even through local government funding agency, has an element of risk. So it is prudent to have your borrowings not all in one particular time period. Just to assure council, these limits, these funding risk limits and interest rate risk limits, are consistent with the LGFA advice, have been set in conjunction with our Treasury Advisor Asia Pacific Risk Management, who's been with us for 11 years. They are reflective of the latest thinking in terms of Treasury policy, so they have served us well to date.
Okay, thank you.
So, councillors, any other questions on these policies?
Your Worship,
Councillor Wilson?
thank you. Just in regards to page 33 and adding the Regional Tourism Organisation as a council-controlled organisation, I have to acknowledge that I'm drawing a blank there. I didn't think that we had decided that. Could staff just remind me of that process?
It's a technicality. Any subsidiary of any... So the airport is a council-controlled organisation, so by definition any subsidiary of that entity is also a CCO. So the RTO and Titanium Park, both of which are 100% subsidiaries of the airport company, are by definition a CCO.
Thank you. Further, so I hadn't missed it. This is more of a formality, you're saying?
Yes,
okay, that's good. So I hate to have thought that I had missed the whole process. What obligations come with that in terms of appointing of directors, advisors, etc.? Could you expand on that?
Very good question, councillor. And you'll note in the policy itself that the director appointments for those subsidiaries is a matter that we're discussing with the airport company as we speak, and the statement of intent which will come forward for the RTO needs to address that very issue. Now, that particular entity is in its infancy, and that is a matter that we are in active discussions with them right now. So, to be clear, we need clarity on the director appointment process for those subsidiaries of that CCO.
So, Madam, sorry, Your Worship. So agreement with this doesn't lock us into a particular position. We're
No.
going to get to relitigate that if required.
Yes, and I think just if I had take a quick liberty, there are two issues that I'm sure you wish to discuss. One is ultimately where does the RTO sit? And is that a separate CCO or is it some other entity? And I think that's where you're going with the first question.
Yeah.
The second matter is what is the process to set and appoint directors for those? That is due to be sorted in the next few months as the statement of intent comes forward for the airport and the RTO.
Thank you.
Yes, so councillor Wilson, we have input into that. Right, any other questions, councillors? Yes, I agree. So I have moved the recommendations, councillors, on page 31, and councillor Westphal has seconded those. So all those in...
Sorry, Your Worship, just
Yes.
procedurally, I'm just concerned, I want to be able to support most of these, but I'm still concerned about the development and financial contributions.
So, did you have questions around that then, councillor Wilson, or...?
No, I just don't think I can support it.
Right.
So I'm thinking that can we
Should we do
pull
them
that
individually?
aspect out?
Call them individually, would that be helpful?
Your
Right,
Worship, just
yes.
before you move, there are a couple of minor wording changes which I have identified subsequent to these. They don't change the intent of any of the policies, but they do, whether you wish me to...
So could you point us to those, please?
So on page 40, just some wording in there under section 4.2 liability management. Under the liability management, that paragraph there, the sentence that begins borrowing is therefore considered, that particular sentence. I would propose that rather than as written there, borrowing at prudent and sustainable levels is considered to be an equitable way to fund these assets, etc. So just slight rewording. Under the internal debt, I propose changing what's written there to council utilises cash held to offset external debt. This is to minimise overall borrowing costs to council. Cash held for restricted reserves is not offset against external debt. So it's just wording to reflect how we're treating that. Just in the director's policy on page 66, a very minor change, Worship, councillors. The page 66 on the skills required, the second bullet point, rather than understand of governance issues, probably better worded as governance experience. And then the final one is on page 74, which is in the funding needs analysis, and probably picks up on the question, the very first question I got today. The paragraph at the very top of the page is a bit of a mouthful. So I have simplified that to read, the cost allocated to each sector is determined initially based on the land value of the sector in relation to the total land value of the city. Council then considers the impact of who receives the benefits or services and the exacerbated pays principles and makes an adjustment to the allocation of costs funded by rates. So it doesn't change the intent, but just I think tries and makes those words a bit clearer. It wasn't worded well. So Your Worship, with those minor changes?
Yes, councillor Boss?
Are we allowed to ask Blair a question?
Yes, if you have a question, yes,
Yep.
would you please ask it?
Blair, as a simpleton, I'd like you to answer something for me. If we take the Tauranga issue at the moment that has lots of land as you come into Tauranga and done by a property developer, that property developer uses your contributions here with deferment. The whole project goes belly up. Where does that leave council?
Yes, good question. We have a registered land charge against the particular section, so that section would at some point be sold or on-sold, and at that point of sale, any legal process would want to extinguish that registration or that security charge, and at that point, our solicitors would also be involved, and we would be seeking payment at that time. So there is a risk, councillor. There is a risk that our debt could be outstanding in that situation for a period of time. But at a point of section being sold, under a liquidation type basis, absolutely the legal process would initiate, and in that transaction they would want to extinguish that security charge. And so we would get paid at that point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, councillor, so I'm going to move number 14 and number 15, and councillor Westphal is seconded. And these are on, sorry, page 30. So we'll do it on the voices.
Aye.
All
Just
those in
read that again,
favour?
please.
Sorry, councillor Gallagher, we're on page 31 at paragraph 13, and I'm moving 14 and 15, and councillor Westphal has seconded that. Are you with us?
Aye.
So all those in favour?
Aye.
Any against? That's carried. I'll move number 16, and councillor Westphal seconding that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any against? No, carried. 17, I move 17, and councillor Westphal is seconding.
Aye.
All those in favour? Any against? That's carried. Number 18, I'll move that, and councillor, subject to the, the other ones we've got. Yeah. So councillor Westphal's seconding that. Now,
Councillor Wilson.
do we need to do?
I intend to vote against it.
Right, no, that's fine.
It's
I thought you
already
might
been
want.
relitigated.
Yes,
Yeah.
I thought you wanted. That's fine.
Could I just
Yes.
ask one little question, because I'm very obviously aiming at DCs.
Yes.
Is this because of the risk factor? Sorry.
So just, okay, so it's just seeking a clarification on that.
Sorry, is that a question?
Well, I think it is a question to you,
Yeah.
councillor
Yes, Your
Wilson.
Worship, my concern is the risk and whether or not the ratepayers of Hamilton should be in the business of subsidising or assisting the cash flow of developers. And I don't think it's our core business. I understand the mechanism why you feel it's important. I don't think it's our core business, but I respect councillors may have different points of view.
Thank you,
And just a question on that, Your Worship.
Yes.
Just regarding that question to Blair, this, what Councillor Wilson's talking about, this is money we've already spent, that we're already on our books, and we are only actually enabling them to go forward to recoup some of our money already spent.
That is correct, and you'll notice that the policy is very clear. It's infrastructure spending up to 30th of June this year, so if we're required to spend any more money after this year, there is no agreement even to be entered into.
So therefore, we're not actually doing as what's suggested, that we're subsidising them in any way, technically.
We are enabling that entity. In effect, we are taking the place of a bank for a period of time for those development contributions. But there is interest charged, and absolutely we are not incurring any new expenditure.
So there's interest charged on that. So therefore, at the moment, the money's there and we're getting nothing. This is an enabling to get our money in, plus some interest charging.
That's the core driver of this particular clause.
Thank you.
And just one clarification, that was slightly modified from the original proposal, is that correct?
There's been a number of changes made, the track changes shown in the report, to reflect all of your comments, to strengthen it up, to limit it to 2 years, to make it very clear that this is not an open-ended provision, so it applies only to consents lodged to consents lodged up to June 2013, so there's a window of time only there.
Thank you, Richard.
Yes, okay. Right, thank you. So we'll do it on the board, I think, councillors, for this one.
Carried 8-2, Your Worship.
Thank you. So councillors, we're going to now break for afternoon tea, and
Very risky it is.
if we could just take 10 minutes on that, and be back in 10 minutes, thank you.
Gotta go. Good voting. Very risky. It's a bit early to start, though, isn't it?
So this one, we need those. We need those. Yes, it's just enough. Minutes is fine, and then we
Oh.
just talk to them.
Right.
They'll all be fine.
Right, okay.
Got everyone?
I work from home, right?
What was it on? Oh, that was one of the things that was...
Just hold that pose, Angela.
We've got a quorum as soon as
Is
Becca
that for
puts
the
his thumb
cameras?
down.
Yep, that went through. You want a copy of the minutes?
Just waiting, right?
Are they off?
That on.
Yeah, do you put my tea in the oven?
Right, councillors, we're getting
And I've got
started.
not home,
Sorry,
have a
darling,
good
put the
breakfast
OT.
for me.
Right, thank you. So councillors, I'm proposing now that we'll go to item 12, because I'm just conscious of time and wanting to get through some of these items. So item 12 at page 114, which is an updating report from the governance working group. So nothing's required there from councillors, it's just simply to keep you informed.
Page again, 114,
I'll
with
move
governance?
114.
I'll move the recommendation.
No, hold on.
Page 114.
I can still move the
Councillor?
recommendation.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
For once.
the Deputy Mayor is seconding that. So I'll just put that all those in favour.
Aye.
Well, can
Any
we-
against? Sorry, Councillor Gallagher?
just-
Yes. Did you have a question,
Well,
Councillor Gallagher?
yes, I mean, this is, no, it's the next, sorry, it's the next item. I'm just trying to...
This is, you're on the governance working group.
Yeah, no, I'm, about audit and risk, but that's all right. I
Right,
think
so
that's
that's the- so-
cool. Yep, that's fine.
Right, so the next item is at page 118, which is a report in relation to the establishment of the new Audit and Risk Committee. I think the Chief Executive, are you speaking to that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Take it as read, a couple of key points. This is something that's come out of the deliberations of the Governance Working Party, addressing the issues raised by the Audit New Zealand report on the V8 supercars, and also issues raised by the Audit New Zealand management report, and concerns around the focus and the transparency and public assurance around a number of the issues associated with audit and risk. The Governance Working Group has recommended establishing an Audit and Risk Committee reporting to Council, and asked me to develop up a charter for your consideration, which we've got attached to this memo. My staff looked at best practice in this area and drew very heavily on practice guidelines from the Office of the Auditor General, so that's pretty much the line we've taken here. We're suggesting the membership being the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and the Chair of the Finance and Monitoring Committee, plus 2 external appointments, and I'm recommending that one of those external appointments is the Chair of the committee. The purpose of the external appointments is clearly to bring in specific expertise around the identification and management of risk, and again the purpose of the independent chair being to give very strong public assurance and visibility around the space that we're taking it seriously, and we've got the right mix of political governance and specific skills that will give the public assurance that I think that many are looking for. Last comment I'd make, Your Worship, is also noting that in addition to this, and I've previously advised Council that I'm currently receiving registrations of interest from external providers of the internal audit process, again to ensure that we've got solid capability in this space, and that capability will report jointly to myself and through to this Audit and Risk Committee. So not only dealing with external audit issues, but also internal audit issues and agreeing on the internal audit plan.
So just on with that, because we never had that before, when you say the internal or external audit reports to you, I thought we were going to have the external audit report to Council.
I think that the intention is that they will engage very strongly with this committee, but the actual report itself going through finally to council.
Okay, thank you.
So Councillor Gallagher?
Yes, in the context of this, but related to the previous report around the governance, in terms of, obviously we'll be informing the Minister about the work we're doing in this, but I just want to say that obviously delighted that we can try and arrange a meeting with yourself, the Mayor and the Minister of Local Government, but if he was in Hamilton, certainly I think would be a really good idea in terms of a two-way communication, because I'm sure that the Minister would want an opportunity to share with the Council of the fourth largest local authority in the country some of his visions and challenges too. So I think the two things, and also for us, obviously primarily from the Mayor, of course, and yourself, to say the constructive things that this Council is doing. One of the things, and this is only, I think, it's a degree of detail, and it's the balance, I guess, of the governance. Given that this is a committee of governance and not management, it seems to me that I would have a greater comfort level when it talks about the appointment of the two externals, and the process that's suggested is that the Chief Executive, just correct me if I'm wrong now, would recruit, do a talent search, and then would nominate two people for council. I would have a greater comfort if there was some form of appropriate involvement from the Mayor as the Chair of Council, and probably from the Chair of Finance and Monitoring. Having said that, I think primarily the recruitment process and the names are for you, because this is, I don't want to misinterpret the word political, but this is very much, if you like, a appointment that is based on some very narrow, strict financial criteria, and it's an appointment that must be free of any notion of lobbying or this kind of thing. This is a very narrow role, but given that this is, in the end, I'm asked to approve two members to sit on a committee of the governance of council, and I'm wondering if you have some response. I would have a greater comfort level if there was something in there that, in consultation with the Mayor and the Chair of the Finance and Monitoring Committee. By the way, that means that I wouldn't expect to be debating too much when the nominations came back to full council. I would expect, frankly, all of those processes to have happened, and it would have to be rare and extraordinary for me to be really questioning your recommendations.
Councillor, I'm quite happy to do that. I think it makes sense in terms of sounding out with the Mayor and the Chair of the Finance and Monitoring Committee before I bring the recommendation through to council.
So could I just, with the leave of the, whoever's moving the motion, with the leave of the, I presume you've moved it, Your Worship, I'm just wondering if I could just add those words, and it's just in consultation with.
Thank you. Councillor Gow?
Yeah, thank you. Just in practical terms, how would actually issues be raised with this group? Now, could it be on an email basis from a councillor? Should it be via a committee? Should it be via council? Or just the practical, how would they get that information, especially if there are any concerns?
My view, Councillor, is all of the above. I think the nature of this Audit and Risk Committee is if they have concerns, regardless of where they are raised from, that they have a process to address them. So they may come from our internal audit activities, it may come from myself, may come out of a committee discussion on issue where you refer to the audit and risk to take a closer look at a particular area. So I guess I'm not constraining where the issues would come from, just making sure that there's an entity in place that actually has the dedicated responsibility and the skill set to actually have a look at those issues.
The basis I'm asking that is that I'm not going to regurgitate old issues, but certainly I may want to test some financial probably conclusions by staff on it if the matter is important enough, and that would be appropriate.
It would depend on the answer is it depends, Councillor. I think there's a risk that not rejecting your ability to do that at any time, and there may be other ways of doing that. There's a risk that we load too much review responsibility onto this committee, and that it is actually mostly responding to a a predetermined plan of investigation and response. So, what am I saying? I guess it would depend on the nature of the issue that you were raising around the probity of the financial system.
Okay, and this is public. Could I give you an example? Campbell Consulting gave us some probably suggested financial figures. Now, would that be appropriate for us to test that model against some professionals?
No, I don't believe that this Audit and Risk Committee's job is to review information that's been provided. I think we need to ensure, and if you have concerns around future provision and accuracy of data, then there are other ways of having that independently reviewed. I don't see that as a role of the Audit and Risk Committee, and wouldn't necessarily have the expertise to do so either.
Councillor Hennebrand?
Nothing, thank you.
Councillor Wilson?
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. First of all, can I say that I'm delighted that the two external members and that you've pushed this forward, Your Worship. I fully support it. The only question I have is, and it's not individuals, my question is, why the Deputy Mayor? There seems to be a propensity, it's not about individuals, but if you look at good governance, when you consider working relationships between Mayor and Deputy Mayor, would it not have made sense to have found somebody else in the elected area to have balanced that? What's the logic of the Deputy Mayor and the Mayor always having these appointments?
I mean, there's no rules here, obviously. No. The rationale is in order to provide the maximum amount of community assurance around the space, is that the membership, the political membership of it is very senior political leadership from the organisation. So that's the only rationale for that.
Should it not be more important to have a perception of independence? And of course the Deputy Mayor is recommended by the Mayor. I'm just suggesting that in terms of the spirit of independence, that those two positions are so close, maybe it makes more sense to have the perception of an impartial.
I mean, that's a view.
Sorry, Your Worship. Look, I'd be very happy to step down because and I would nominate Councillor Wilson in my place with his great financial expertise and experience in the director sector. And I don't think it should be an argument. I'd be very happy, because your workload is very light, to take over the
Right.
And I'd second that.
So,
I wouldn't.
hold on. Okay, so these are questions, and the CE, thank you, Councillor Wilson, and the CE has answered those. Now I've got Councillor Boss.
Just the on page 117, it's got here that the fourth week is now, will that be the 6th?
Yes.
So if someone will make a change on that one?
Yes, thank you. Any other questions on this? Sorry, Councillor Gallagher.
I have a contribution to that. I don't have a question, but I have a viewpoint re the membership of the actual committee itself.
Right.
Can I express that now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have to disagree with my good friend Councillor Wilson. I think, let's be crystal clear, the Deputy Mayor in the end is the most senior person actually appointed by councillors. Now, we've had a tradition that's evolved where the Mayor has nominated the Deputy Mayor. I can certainly recall from history where sometimes that hasn't been the case, and you've certainly had Deputy Mayors that have been there in spite of the Mayor of the day. But ultimately, the Deputy Mayor is the person that we appoint. It may be that the Mayor nominates and we either agree with that nomination. If we disagree, then we put up someone else. I also think in terms of the evolution, the refining of the role of the Deputy Mayor, that is, if you like, number one, I think it's important that you have the two senior political people, which is the Mayor elected obviously at large. The Deputy Mayor is the most senior person that is selected by us as a council. It's the Chair, Deputy Chair of the Board. I think because the Deputy Mayor basically doesn't chair a standing committee, he also has an overview function. So I think this is actually a very important addition to that over in senior function, then I think obviously in terms of the line of responsibility, the next person that we would appoint, obviously Chile is whoever's the chair of the Finance and Monitoring Committee of the day. So with due respect to Councillor Wilson, in summary, we do actually appoint him in the end. It's our vote. And secondly, I think it's appropriate you have the chair of the board, deputy chair of the board, and chair of the appropriate finance committee.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Leary, did you have a question?
Was that a question?
No, Councillor Leary, it wasn't.
Well,
No.
a long question.
And then a comment.
Councillor Gallagher's quite.
My question, can it just be clarified to me then, will the internal auditor report to CE first and then this committee? How will their reporting structure work?
I'm just reflecting on this. I mean, the primary relationship in terms of the internal checks and audit within the organisation will be with myself as the chief executive. But it will be very clear that if there are issues that the internal auditors have of concern that is more appropriately directed straight to the committee, that will be the case. That will be encouraged.
Sorry, committee or council?
The committee, this audit and risk committee.
But you would determine that?
No, the way I'd set this up in order so that it's total assurance is that normally, under normal circumstances, the internal auditor would be discussing with me issues and we'd be taking them collectively to the audit and risk committee. But making it very clear in terms of reference for the internal auditors, if they see issues that they feel more comfortable taking directly to the audit risk committee rather than through me, that they are entitled to do so.
So I'm trying to balance how that will work if I look at, and with absolute all due respect to the current internal auditor, but how that failed around in my opinion, around the V8 processes.
Yep.
And how much comfort an internal auditor would have to usurp his boss. Yep. And go to someone else.
So the difference here is that we're actually getting registrations of interest from professional organisations, and so I won't be their boss. You know, I basically they will be operating under a contract with myself, but it won't be an internal person. It'll be an external, maybe a CA firm or something like that will be delivering this delivery. So
the internal audit.
The internal audit will be done by an external capability, yes.
No, just Councillor O'Leary, if it helps you, you'll see under the, if you like, job description of the internal auditor, which is on page 121, that the internal auditor is entitled to directly raise issues with the committee. You will see that there. So any reservations the internal auditor may have about control risk, accounting and disclosure practices will be discussed with the committee. So, yes, so just to give you that level of comfort, because that is an issue that I was very well aware of from the past, that there needed to be a direct reporting line into this committee if at any time the internal auditor had any concerns about any matter that needed to be brought to the attention of the governance wing, it would come through this committee.
And so, sorry, was the CE then saying, though, that an internal auditor will be an external person?
Yes, it won't be part of the internal management system.
HSS staff.
That's correct.
No, you'll recall he did advise us that he was seeking external expressions of interest for that role. So, Councillor Boss, did you have a question? No, right, okay. So, councillors, any other questions on this? No? Okay, so we've got a recommendation.
118.
I'm happy to move that recommendation. And Councillor Wilson's seconding it.
Your Worship, I wonder if you would incorporate, otherwise I'll move it as an amendment, under the Charter, item 5, meetings records and reporting structure. If, excuse me, on the second bullet point, if you would incorporate, a quorum consists of 3 members, one of which must be an external member. I say that because otherwise 3 members could be just the elected members, and I think the validity of the Charter is that there are external people.
Yes, actually, Councillor O'Leary, that was a matter that the working group approved, that the quorum must include an external member, so I'm not sure why that actually isn't added on there, because we, as a working group, said that was an essential part of the charter. So thank you for bringing it to our attention.
And and then the other about the nomination point.
If you're happy to have that just reflected in the minutes,
Yeah.
councillor.
In conjunction with your worship, yeah.
All right, councillors, do we need anyone want to speak for or against that? No. Okay, all those in favour? Any against? Carried. Just wanted to make a comment that I'm very pleased that we've now established this committee. I think it is an extremely important part of the review of our governance practices, and I'm quite confident that the CE will bring back to us high calibre candidates who will sit on that committee and give us a high level of comfort. So well done, and thank you to Matthew Walker for his work on this. So the next report, councillors, is on page 123, and this is in relation to a change in the meeting schedule.
Yeah, I'll move that.
It's moved by councillor Boss, seconded by councillor Gallagher. Does anyone need to speak to
Well, in the spirit of, given I was the only councillor to oppose this, I now accept the will of the majority. Remember, I wanted to stick with 4 weekly, but that's fine. Just want to make an observation, if I can, to the Chief Executive. And I noticed that it's around some of the, need to do some work around some of the community type of meetings. So our role in terms of community representation. So I want to say to our community development team, please, could we really, we have these things like network meetings and that kind of thing. There are certain things, so I think if we could do some work around, and I think what this gives us is it gives us some very clear days we're out in the community, and that's sort of sacrosanct, and then days when we're in here. So these are just observations. I think I accept that this is an evolution, and I go with the majority despite my earlier reservations in goodwill. The only other aspect to it, and I think we've had it today, and this is a bit of a refinement process, is whether sometimes we could, if there's a major pink page item coming up, we could take a council workshop day. Do you see what I mean? So it's not wanting to create an extra meeting day, but it's trying to get some rationalisation so that we try and avoid going in and out of white. And the fact is there is a matter in pink page today that we do need to spend a lot of energy and focus on.
Okay, thank
so
you.
I just make that as an administrative
Thank you,
observation.
councillor Gallagher. No, I think we've kind of covered that.
I moved that. I just wish to say a couple of words.
All right.
Just I think...
A couple of words is 2 words, councillor.
It's got to be pretty important. Your Worship, if I spoke half as much as you, I'd be miles ahead.
Sit down.
I just think that the last 12 months has been very, very hard on our democratic support staff, and I watched them working as hard as they possibly could, and the rest of these dudes behind me couldn't keep up, so they didn't get the reports in. So I would just like to move and thank them for that last 12 months because it was very hard, and I think my fellow councillors agreed with me.
Thank you, councillor Boss. Lovely. Very good. So all those in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Carried.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we now have a series of minutes, councillors, and I'd like to move through these very, very quickly.
Have we dealt with item 11 yet?
No, we haven't. We haven't, and the reason we haven't is because I assessed that it's on the lower end of the priority, and I'm conscious of time. So we may get back to it, and we may not. So can we work through these minutes very quickly?
So, Your Worship, item 6 is sealed documents.
Yes.
Yes, we'll get to those. Minor matter I'd regard to. I just want to get these minutes done. So if the chairs or deputy chairs can move their minutes. So Deputy Mayor, you are finance and monitoring. Moved.
I'll second.
All those in favour? The next lot of minutes are the event sponsorship ones, is that correct? No. Sorry, extraordinary finance and monitoring on the 15th of December. So Councillor Testerman's moving those and Councillor Gow's seconding. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Then we have minutes for the finance and monitoring meeting on the 16th of December. Moved and seconded by Councillor Gow. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Statutory management, Councillor Gow.
Yeah, move a whole lot of them.
All of those together, which is the 7th of
I'll
December,
second.
November, 8th of November and 7th of December, seconded by Councillor Wilson. All those in favour? Any against? Carried. Waikato Valley Emergency Operations minutes from the 5th of December. Yes, so
We could...
can we move those
oh,
without councillor Mahut
Yes,
here?
we can, Her Worship. There's
Right.
no...
Okay, so I'll move those.
I'll second.
Councillor Wilson seconding. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Carried. Commissioner hearing minutes.
Yes, I move.
Right, so that's the 23rd of January. Councillor Wilson seconding. All those in favour?
27th.
Against? Carried. The 27th of January.
Yep.
Moved by councillor Gower, seconded by councillor Wilson. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Carried. Finance and monitoring, 7th of February. Councillor Chesterman's moved.
Second.
And councillor Henneberry has seconded. All those in favour? Any against? Carried. Operations and activities on the 8th of February, moved by councillor Gallagher and
Yes, just let me
seconded by...
check. I just want to, sorry, I don't think, sorry, this is obvious. Obviously, just be mindful of the recommendations to council. Unless people have any issues with those, it's fine. I'll so move.
Thank you. And councillor O'Leary seconded those. All those in favour? Any against? Carried.
Could I just make one little comment, would you
Yes.
mind? When, certainly, just to acknowledge the extra work that's been done by the secretaries to make the minutes a lot fuller than what they were in the past, especially as far as statutory management and procedural decisions that are made. I think it's quite important to have those actually written down. And so I just appreciate the extra work.
And thank you for that, councillor, because I did observe that the minutes in respect of statutory management and commissioner hearings were a lot fuller. So thank you for that.
I think just in terms of speaking to the operation activity, I just say that you'll notice that making sure that we're crystal clear as to what our recommendations, what our delegated authority. In hindsight, given the rapidity with which we've moved through our minutes, I perhaps regret a little supporting Councillor Bell's move to postpone the policy and strategy minutes.
So
Could have
councillor
been that
Gallagher...
they would have all gone through.
Thank you, but one thing I would say is, because councillor Gallagher, the minutes are in the papers, so, I mean, there is an assumption that we've all read them, and if we did have an issue, that councillors would flag for me prior to the meeting they wish to call a matter.
Well,
And we call them at
Yes,
or we call it at the meeting, that's cool.
thank you.
Well, no, we don't. We call it beforehand.
You do.
No,
So that everybody
So no,
knows.
we're not
I wanna
going to
get into that.
discuss it. We know the process.
Always
and
reserve the
procedure.
right.
Right, thank you. Now, the
Notify
next
the chair.
item, the
if I
next
get
item
time.
that we are dealing with is we are going to take item 9, councillors, because this is a matter we do need to deal with today, and there is an aspect of this report that will be in public excluded, which will then lead in, right. So item 9, which is on page 28,
Claire will introduce, Your Worship.
Somebody's learning to play the saxophone.
so Blair, you can take it. I
So
guess that we
learn
have
another
read the
tune.
report. Is there any,
What one are we
so
on?
unless there's anything that you need to say to the report in the public part of this meeting, then I'll move for public excluded.
Yes, I think there's probably just a couple of points I just need to make in the public part of the report. And I think it's the report is clear, but just to remind councillors that obviously this follows on from the September resolution, but we are now propose to enter into a formal constitutional process around the sale of the hotel. And a possible scenario that everyone needs to be very clear about is that, although unlikely, it is possible that one of the shareholders may purchase our shares following the share issue notice at the price we specify. So council, when we go to look at the share price valuation, that figure, if accepted by one of the shareholders in the next stage, would result in an agreement to sell. So that's quite important. Now, our conversations with the other major shareholders, or the shareholder has indicated an intention to move beyond that process to a market sale process, but this preemptive rights process could obviously result in some alternative action on their part.
Okay, thank you for that. So councillors, I'm going to move that we move to public excluded, and it's going to be seconded by the Deputy Mayor, and that is in relation to the item in public excluded at page 24. So all those in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Okay, so that's carried. So can we deal with that? Thank you.
So Your Worship,
Can you just wait there, please? Thank you.